Okay, what happened was right before the stream, some nice boy from Canada has sent me £20 so that I can buy myself a proper dinner because I'm not gonna properly feed myself otherwise. So that's nice. That's nice in keeping with the national stereotype that Canadians are all, as we know, have feeding kink. So I'm ordering dinner. Hello to Ace Stuff Live, Lexi Plays Fast, Leo, Fee, Thasmadar, Malinore, Nico 0, Gumba Master, and Candace Wright, Riffcleus, and Fanboys Transboy 18. Hello, welcome to the stream, everyone. My voice is extremely hoarse because I've been doing singing practice today. I am planning to sing a song on the end of my next video. What kind of food would I like? Wow. Who can possibly say? Who can possibly say? Anyway, so I mean, I'll tell you what the plan is for the stream, and yeah, I'm not sick. I've just exhausted my voice like a genius. The plan for the stream is it's another Liberal Slop stream. We're still catching up because we've missed all those because we've missed all those sweet weeks of slop while I've been away. And can I do this and also Fem? Will that just be that's just basically Natasha Leon, I guess. Chinese food, what a concept. I could get dim sum. I love dim sum. Goodness gracious me. Whoa. Right, so we're catching up on Liberal Slop, and sorry, this Dungeon Sub Boss, hey, welcome to the stream. This Dungeon Sub Boss said, I'd argue Canadians are not like that, but honestly, it's a crime to not eat food in a Canadian household. If you refuse dinner, they will annihilate you with passive guilt trips. Baldur's Gate. We're gonna play some Baldur's Gate in a bit, as we pick over some Liberal Slop articles. The theme of the day is the fantasy of economic growth. We have a few different silly bastards trying to claim that anyway, so that is the plan for the content of the stream. But what's happening right now is I am suffering from paralysis of choice, and I can't seem to figure out what it is I would like for dinner. Which, like, you know, maybe just streaming the process of having an eating disorder is not the smartest thing I've ever done. So we can hang out and chat, while I order some food. Or I could just put you on the intermission screen and I'll probably get the food ordering done quicker, but I will be gone while that's happening. See, that's the trade-off, chat. I don't know what you would all prefer. And yeah, as well as the what was I gonna say? As well as the content of the stream, there's also the purpose of the stream. I need money. I also would like to raise money for my girlfriend's GoFundMe today. Wenna, my darling, is trying to get gender-affirming surgery and needs to raise £15,000 and has already raised in only a few days £2,500. It's going really, really well. So I'll put the link to that in the chat in a minute. As ever, throughout the stream, you can donate to me to help me pay for food and bills. Oh, they have a set dinner for one person. On the one hand, that sounds really sad and Glinner-coded, and on the other hand, it would solve the precise problem I'm in right now if someone had just decided for me what it is I'm gonna eat. Ah, shit. I can't fucking decide anything. Okay, I'm gonna get that, and I'm gonna get some chicken. Cool. And with the chicken, I guess I'm gonna get some rice, because that is nice. And I'm going to get a big soda, because I'm a genius. Big soda. Where is it? Come on now. Come on now. They only have cans of soda. This is my 9/11. Okay. Insalata. Dinner is ordered. So I've read the text on screen and it indicates that I should ask you about the GoFundMe. That's correct. That's correct. I was just talking about it, but I'll talk about it some more right now. As I go on my way to get you the link, I'll fill airtime like a professional would, you see. I'll fill airtime so that it doesn't feel jarring when I just, quickly drop the link in. And I'll fill airtime by just talking about filling airtime like a professional would, you see. Okay, so the GoFundMe is gender affirming surgery for my girlfriend Wenna. She's one of my partners. I've been with her for wow, like 6 or 7 months now. Wenna has brightened my life every moment that she's been in it, and I want her to have every joy that she can possibly be afforded in the world. And unfortunately, free trans healthcare doesn't turn out to be one of those because of Britain. And so she's doing a GoFundMe, and this will not be the last time that I ask you all to help me pay for my girlfriend's medical care. Girlfriends, and then the apostrophe on the end. The medical care of one of my girlfriends. But I would really like to help Wenna out, and so I'm putting the link there. I might add a Nightbot command that can get you all to get it up really quickly. In the meantime, maybe if there are any mods around, they can repost that link periodically, or when people ask about the GoFundMe. Okay, did I actually order dinner? No, I haven't. I opened it and there's the continue to checkout button. So that's good. That's awesome. Okay. Dinner is coming. We could do slop. Let's go, everyone. It's slop time. I hope you're excited for the slop. Okay. Cool. Well, if I'm going to this screen anyway, hang on a second. If I'm going over to the screen where the GoFundMe is, I may as well just show you the GoFundMe. That's the GoFundMe. Go check it out. Please give Wenna your money. Look, it's already at 2.5K. Isn't that fantastic? Right. let's unfortunately shut off the very nice music and start the Liberal Slop discussions. Okay. Britain's Labour Party embraces supply-side social democracy. Okay, this is listen, we cover The Economist all the time on the Liberal Slop stream. We look at so much slop just coming out of that gaping pipeline that is The Economist, the sewage dump of slop that is The Economist. And sometimes the slop is consistent. It has one texture, it has one color, perhaps even flavor. Who knows? I'm not tasting it. Have you been tasting it? Chat, I didn't tell you to taste the slop. But sometimes the slop is just extra sloppy in that it is utterly heterogeneous. There is nothing in there that is comparable to any other part. And here we have just a bunch of nonsense trying to claim that Keir Starmer has a clear agenda, and he doesn't. So that's a really hard thing to do. So they've set themselves a hard task, and they've not succeeded at it, not even remotely. We're going to learn about how we're going to learn all about how the Labour Party is now both Thatcherite and also Social Democrat, and also going to grow the economy, even though climate change is going to make growing the economy impossible. So that's nice. Okay. Britain's Labour Party embraces supply-side social democracy. Sir Keir Starmer's agenda for government starts with reforms to planning. It's just like they've gotten to the point now where Starmer's inability to lay out any possible agenda whatsoever we're getting so close to when the general election will presumably be that it's becoming unacceptable that he has indicated nothing of any kind. So Sophie, please do this article about my country's economy next. Argentina. Yeah, we can look at Argentina. Yeah, sure. I don't know loads about Argentina. We can look at it next. That's fine. Yeah. He's the leader of the opposition. The Tories are historically unpopular. This guy is going to be the prime minister probably sometime next year. This is going to be the guy. This is going to be the guy who sends me to a camp. Pog. So what's his agenda? Well, let's imagine and I like to engage in this exercise sometimes when I'm approaching Liberal Slop. I like to imagine I'm a liberal and I'm opening up the magazine. I'm trying to fill some time. Maybe I'm on the toilet. Maybe I'm on the commute. Maybe my boss has called me for a meeting. And I think it's going to be a performance review, but actually he's going to sexually harass me, and then I'm going to sue the company, and I'm going to get £200,000 because I walked in on him in his underwear doing a weird thing with butter. But I don't know that yet. I'm just in the waiting room to the boss's office, and he's put out magazines that promote intellectual discussion in the lobby. And so here's The Economist, and I think, I haven't actually heard much about Keir Starmer, so I guess now is my opportunity to learn what his plan for the country is. Leofi, thank you so much for the €5. Watched V for Vendetta again today. It's literally about how the Tories are one evil bastard away from full-on fascism. Interestingly, the world of V for Vendetta is a world where JFK wasn't assassinated. It's obviously near future alt history to lots of people, but people don't look at what the lore is, and the particular branching off point is that JFK was not assassinated. Anyway. At its gathering in Manchester this month, the Conservative Party put on a repertory theatre production of Margaret Thatcher's most popular works. Liz Truss called for corporation tax cuts. James Cleverly, I hate that he's called that. They're all such fucking cartoon characters. James Cleverly, the Foreign Secretary, announced he would visit the Falkland Islands. This week, a more subtle and intriguing tribute act to Thatcher was on show at the Labour Party's conference in Liverpool. It was not just that Rachel Reeves, the Shadow Chancellor, who hankers to be Britain's first female finance minister, conceded a debt to its first woman prime minister. It was because Labour promises a supply-side revolution to ignite an ailing economy. Red tape will be cut, utilities shaken up, growth made the first priority. Now let's look at all that in a second, and first just have Rachel fucking Reeves conceded a debt to Britain's first female prime minister. That's such utter fucking nonsense. Thasmadar, thank you so much for the £50. You said schlop money. I really appreciate that. I might use that £50 to keep my lights and heating on, or possibly to buy a warm but slutty dress. Conceded a debt to its first woman prime minister, right? It's like, do we think that because this is a common liberal belief in the UK, right, is to fall for this trap that, like, because representation matters, of course, and we should never question about whether representation matters. Margaret Thatcher, being an evil demon who happens to be inhabiting the body of a woman, is a great win for feminism, no? I want to get back a little to chat participation in the Liberal Slop stream, because this is supposed to be a little bit of a classroom vibe to the chat. So, thoughts on Thatcher and feminism in chat? Melanie just says no. Okay. Is that no discussion? Fuck Thatcher, she isn't a feminist. Thatcher, famously not a feminist. A Venn diagram of two very distant circles. Yeah, that's a good one. Girl bossing ain't valid because no boss is valid. That's correct. Good take. Girl workers of the world unite. Girl workers of the world, girl unite. In Italy, we have a somewhat similar situation with Giorgio Meloni. Yeah, right, absolutely. The idea women can't reinforce patriarchy while in government is absolute garbage. No, I will not have thoughts about Thatcher and feminism. Just because a woman is in power doesn't mean she won't fuck people over. I think she would say there's no such thing as feminism. Hey, Lainey Shur, thank you. Thanks for that comment and welcome to the stream. I can see it's your first time chatting. Girl union now. Yeah, absolutely. We need to go further. We need a fangirl party. We need to practice what Daddy Vladdy Ilyich said and go to the girlies and get them to organize and get them to get them to be the movement. Okay. Tammy's Tunes, welcome to the stream. Hi, Soph and chat. Had a very queer weekend. Time for slop. I also had a very queer weekend, but I'm not sure we mean it the same way. Oakmom, lovely to have you as always. Oakmom says conceding a piss debt to Thatcher's grave. Yeah. So I mean, it's just like, of course, as ever, right? There is no materialism here, there is no class analysis, but the idea that is often cited in British politics that in some way, like, Thatcher getting in was a win for feminism, absolutely bone-chilling, just absolutely horrifying, just a disgusting and also rancid and also factually incorrect wrong thing to say. Yeah. The class of women were not advanced an inch by there being a female prime minister. The class of women were not benefited by there being fucking two more female prime ministers since then. Wait, two more? Sorry, they change prime minister so fast these days. Like I can Truss in May, right? There wasn't another one. It hasn't promoted a general like sense of well-being and feminist consciousness in the country as a whole for there to be female prime ministers, or even for that matter more female politicians, because I'm sure that Thatcher did inspire there to be more female politicians overall, right? Which is the glass ceiling thing, right? So liberals give us this mental model to play with, and the wonderfully trapping thing about being given a toy to play with is that it controls how you play. And you could have thought and acted and played in any number of possible ways until you were given this specific toy. And now, how do you turn this on?
Solo. High score 95. Bop it. Twist it. Pull it. Twist it. Pull it. Twist it. Pull it. Bop it. Bop it. Bop it. Twist it. Bop it. Pull it. Bop it. Bop it. Oh! Too fast for you. Score 14.
So we see that being given a toy to play with, right, constrains your total possibilities, right? This is something I'm always trying to talk about with when it comes to liberal slop, is prefiguration. When we are given some kind of structure, right, we think about it this way, and it disguises the fact that that someone is trying to stop us from thinking about it in a specific other way. Because telling people don't think about it like that is not a viable strategy, but more strongly and insistently making them think about it in a simplistic way that maybe intuits, like feels right to them. For example, the nature of progression through roots of power is a glass ceiling, and you can see up through the glass ceiling, but you can't. It's invisible, but it's holding you down, right? In reality, this is it's social power, right? Which can be agential power. It can be enacted by a specific agent, or it can be structural power. And structural power is both, without specific perpetrator and without specific subject, right? Foucault describes it almost like a net, right? But it's power that doesn't specifically belong to any one person. It's class-based power, and this is how we start to understand that there are class analyses that can be provided, but we're not meant to understand that there are class analyses, right? Because then we could have a very straightforward talk about how women as a class are treated in society, what they are considered to be useful for, what they are put to work for. And we should never be allowed to consider that, because that might lead us all to confront how utterly horrifying society treats women, and how utterly horrifying it is that, like, what society considers women to be for. Interestingly, these days, we can ask a question, what is a woman? But we can't ask a question, what is a woman for? Right? It's one word different, and many people going about trying to define a woman will immediately leap to sort of functional answers, right? And in that sense, they will start answering the question, what is a woman for? But they won't confront that that's the question that they're asking. Because again, to ask this question is to expose something very, very sinister about society. Anyway, so instead of a class-based analysis, we have a glass ceiling. And absent absent any kind of material or class-based analysis, we see that someone from the underclass is suddenly above the glass ceiling, and therefore the glass ceiling must have been shattered. But this isn't true, right? Of course, because this is a just like a specific prefiguration of how we're supposed to, how, you know, it is beneficial to the liberal hegemony for us to think about this stuff. And so, you know, you must concede a debt to Thatcher if you're a female politician now, because clearly she made it possible for you to even be a woman. Fucking exhausting. Whereas in practice, right, if we had a class-based analysis, we would say that one of the primary things that is affecting women in the UK, and also practically all women's issues, are exacerbated by poverty. So ending poverty, the main way you can do that by ending a class-based society, i.e. communism. Thatcher's number one enemy in life, right? This is not being tackled, right? Equalized gender relations in the way that the early Soviet Union had. This is so far from Thatcher's mind. What she's doing instead is being a class traitor and demonstrating to the insular group of men who control politics that some women are in fact just demons wearing a skin suit, and therefore they should be allowed into the little club as well. And then ever since, other women who are also demons wearing a skin suit have also been able to be in the little club, and other women, a third group of women, who have mistaken the entire situation, right? They've believed the weird bullshit about glass ceilings, right? Think, well, the glass ceiling is shattered because we had Thatcher, and we had Truss, and we had May. So clearly I can do good things for women, and in fact I can be a feminist and be an MP, and I can change things for women. I can care about women's issues, right? And this all is a bizarre kind of approach in which we have all the symptoms but no mental model for what the disease itself is, right? Again, it's a feminism with no class analysis, right? There is no subjugated class. It's not the structural power of patriarchy with cis het men oppressing other people in a class structure. Did not need Sophie to be interrupted by an ad for Five Nights at Freddy's. No, oh, that's one of the worst things. That there could have been I'm so sorry. Brigid the Trans Teapot says, to £50, thank you so much. Got a cool library job so I can pay money for slop and outfits. Oh, that's lovely. Thank you so much, Brigid. Or Bridget. Please tell me in chat which one it is. I really appreciate that, and I'm also just really excited that you're working in the library. That's a lovely job, and I'm a bit jealous. Yeah, this third group of women who are suffering from liberal feminism. It's worth, like, I know I'm making like tangent upon tangent upon tangent here, but I need to say also, when I'm talking about a class-based analysis in feminism, I'm not talking about intersectionality. This is something that I think it's easy to confuse if you're maybe, you know, a bit earlier to these kinds of discussions, and you haven't done maybe as much reading directly yourself, or you know, it's just a thought that doesn't necessarily naturally occur to someone, and you might hear me saying about class-based analyses of feminism and just think that you understand, but you don't. I'm not talking about the intersection between feminist understanding that patriarchy exists and women are oppressed, and class, i.e. a Marxist understanding, right, that there is an owner class and a working class, and so on and so forth. While absolutely this also is part of it. What I'm talking about is understanding feminism as a struggle of classes, because understanding feminism as a struggle of classes is the really the only appropriate way for it to be any kind of productive ideological object. It's the only way for it to be anything that's gonna like really help. Again, the class of women need to be self-aware of themselves, and also, this is where we get into a moment of questioning what is the oppressed class under patriarchy, because is it that there are in fact many oppressed classes, as there are under white supremacy, or for that matter socioeconomically, because there are many parts of the working class, and there are also, for example, the petty bourgeoisie, who aren't exactly oppressed but they are lower in the pecking order than the classical bourgeoisie. Anyway, this is where it's interesting to examine terms to unite a group consciousness of everyone oppressed under patriarchy, and this is where Nat suggested the term feminized people, because what patriarchy does as its method of control is firstly tell us that being feminine is bad, and secondly feminize people, treat them as feminine, right? Whether this is explicit or implicit, right? Whether this is explicitly like calling someone a girl, right? Little boys grow up learning that it is an insult to be called a girl. Not because necessarily it would be bad to be a girl, although it would be bad to be a girl. That's implicitly the worldview that is being imparted, sure. But like, that if they are a boy who gets called a girl, that is an actively worse thing than just being a girl. And this is how they learn the tool of feminizing people under patriarchy as the tool of control. All right, I've talked around feminism for long enough. Let's go back to the article. It was because Labour promises a supply-side revolution to ignite an ailing economy. Red tape will be cut, utilities shaken up, growth made the first priority. Now, so this is interesting because, firstly, Labour promises is put here, and we're talking about Sir Keir Starmer, right? The article's made it clear that the important party here is the senior leadership of the Labour Party, and particularly the leader, Keir Starmer. But utilities shaken up is it's actually like the conference voted, like the party voted, and voted that nationalizing energy was going to be part of its platform. Now, I personally don't know if Starmer was on the side of proposing that or opposing it, but it's certainly like sneakily trying to present this as something that comes straight from the genius mind of Keir Starmer himself, which is it's put right next to growth made first priority, because that's much more Starmer's thing. And red tape will be cut as well. This is an interesting moment to just point out a couple of terms. There's rollout and rollback neoliberalism, right? In rollout neoliberalism, we get new policies that are trying to build neoliberal technologies on top of each other like Jenga, right? And this is where you get your classically like inscrutable neoliberalism, like if you have been operating a business for 5 years in an underprivileged community, you are what's the word? Eligible for a Pell Grant so that you can get a tax break on your business because of, right? And it's like getting a rubber band and putting it onto the very complex machine of the free market, and trying to do something very finicky, right? Whereas red tape will be cut, right? Inherently a very simple action. giving people stuff under neoliberalism is necessarily a more complicated endeavor, necessarily understood to be harder, because firstly, it is just frowned upon for the state to simply give anyone anything. So even right out of the gate, if the state is trying to give someone something, it should do so through a public-private partnership, right? And so we're adding like layers and layers of obfuscation and complexity, and also failure points that just reinforce for everyone the idea that it actually sucks, the state sucks at providing things for people, and it will always go wrong. Public services are bad, free market is good, right? This is how the structure of neoliberalism reinforces the ideology of neoliberalism. Anyway, red tape being cut, on the other hand, is so easy to understand, which is why it's such a lowest common denominator voter buzz phrase. Cutting red tape. We're going to cut the red tape, right? We're going to get all of those finicky rubber bands that are in the way, and we're just going to return the beautiful machine of the self-regulating free market to its natural state. All right. Thatcherite then, up to a point. Well, again, there is a direct conflict here between the party, like the more democratic parts of this, and what the absolute buffoons in charge are trying to pull. Thatcherite then, up to a point. Labour has embraced an idea in vogue among centre-left parties in the West. This idea goes by various names: modern supply-side economics, productivism, or in Ms. Reeves' coinage, securonomics. It is an effort to rehabilitate the state as a driver of growth, says George Dibb of the Institute for Policy Research, a think tank. Public Policy Research, sorry. This version of supply-side economics fuses tools and rhetoric. By the way, I see a lot more people have joined since I said this earlier, so I just want to repeat myself quickly that my voice is hoarse because I've been practicing singing, because I'm going to be singing a song on the end of my next video. I'm not sick or anything. This version of supply-side economics fuses tools and rhetoric conventionally associated with the free market right, deregulation, and creative destruction, with the left's emphasis on industrial subsidies, labor rights, and public services. It stresses an abundance of infrastructure, energy, and housing, as well as stable government to drive investment. Old priorities such as state ownership of industries and redistribution are a secondary concern. Every new era... Sorry, this is a Starmer quote, isn't it? Every new era of growth must start with an expansion of the country's productive capabilities. That is an iron law, said Sir Keir Starmer, the party's leader. It is also a political necessity. At the next election due before the end of January 2025, the party will offer a few small handouts paid for by closing tax loopholes worth several billions of pounds. But if Labour wins, its electorate, activists, and trade union backers will want more. This is a more interesting phrasing. Like, there's just a lot of interesting, sneaky kind of assumptions that would make sense to someone. Again, you have to imagine you're this liberal on the shitter, just having a thumb through the Economist, and you read this, and you haven't kept like closely up to date with what's going on with the Labour Party. This is very sloppy slop, because what this is presenting us with is this idea of a Labour Party that is offering cutting red tape, nationalising energy, what was the third one? Making growth number one priority, and then at the same time, it's saying things like its electorate, activists, and trade union backers. Right? The Labour Party doesn't have activists and trade union backers anymore. It doesn't have them. It quite pointedly expelled them, excised them from the movement and the party, because Starmer wants to practice vanguardist neoliberalism. He wants to practice little authoritarian, fully party-led approach to his ridiculous wonkery. And yet here the article is telling us that activists and trade union backers will want more. Saying activists and trade union backers will, and trade unions will want more would be a reasonable statement, right? But what the sentence says is that the party's activists and trade union backers, and they aren't real. That's just kind of a subtle lie, right? Anyway, while I'm on the screen, let me just also remind everyone that I have a dono goal today. I would like to try to get to 450. We're already on 300. We're already on. I read the price like it was the time on a clock there. So 259 was like, oh, that's nearly 3. Scratch all that. You may have noticed we have a dono goal today, 450. We're already on 260, so it's going pretty well. Folks, please donate directly using Command Tip if you can afford to. It will help me out a lot. There's a lot of ongoing costs. Just to give a quick breakdown, there's household stuff like we need to get a new Hoover, we need to have the tumble dryer fixed, and we need to keep the heating on because it's just gotten really cold. So electricity is gonna cost us a lot more, and we are on a meter. So when our money runs out, the lights and heating just go out in the house, and it's quite scary. Additionally to that, it would be quite good to start saving now towards tax season. Additionally to that, it would be quite good to buy some new clothes because all the winter clothes I have from last year are 2 sizes too big. So please consider donating directly. That would be really helpful if you would consider doing that. I'll just see if the link is also cool. And then the second thing, because it's right here, so I've reminded myself, is that my girlfriend Morwenna has a GoFundMe, which is for gender affirming surgery. Let's see if anyone's donated. All right, I'm remembering this number now, 2484. I'm gonna remember you little chatters. I'm watching you. When we check in later, I hope that number has changed at least a little. I'll put the link in chat. It will also, if you're watching the VOD, it will be in the video description. Please help out my love. Oh my god, the ride is on the way. I'm gonna actually get some food. Whoa. Oh, that's the Argentina thing. Right. A rapid uptick in real incomes and a flood of cash into hospitals and schools, since Ms. Reeves is reluctant to raise the tax burden beyond its post-war high of 37% of national income and unwilling to borrow for day-to-day spending. A leap in growth is the only way to spend more on public services without raising taxes. So, as ever, we cannot raise taxes. This is unacceptable. We can't just tax the rich. We can't just tax the rich. That would not solve the problem. Don't talk to me about taxing the rich. I will become horribly angry if you talk to me about the possibility of just taking the money from people who have a bunch of money and using that to pay for the things we need. This is what is this graph supposed to be telling me? GDP per person change on a year. Okay. Whatever. They've made a little graph from some IMF data that seems to show Britain looking quite normal and unexceptional. Whatever. Labour is therefore targeting the highest GDP growth in the G7. It also aims to lift persistently weak business investment by 1% of GDP. That will not be easy. Why is that? Is it because of climate change? Are we going to talk about climate change? The IMF currently predicts that growth in GDP per person will be tepid for the next 5 years. Huh. To make a real difference, says one shadow cabinet minister, Labour must win a landslide victory. We really have just moved on from that. The IMF predicts that the growth will be tepid. All right. Okay then. Cool. Great. To make a real difference, says one shadow cabinet minister, Labour must... It's just there's no exploration of why is what I'm getting bothered about. Anyway. To make a real difference, says one says one shadow cabinet minister, Labour must win a landslide victory, hold power for a decade, and move faster and harder than Sir Tony Blair did. Ugh. The first item on the agenda is Britain's sclerotic planning system. What's this linked to? It's just another fucking Economist article. It always is. New rule books for the building of national infrastructure, railways, power plants, and roads will be drawn up. Applications for high-value private sector projects such as battery factories and laboratories will get fast-track treatment. The party thinks it can streamline applications and cut down on litigation by devising off-the-peg processes for planning consultations, environmental mitigations, and forms of compensation for locals affected by development. The state will decide, not haggle. Right, I think we need to do this whole paragraph again, because that was just a bunch of fucking nonsense, wasn't it? The first item on the agenda is Britain's sclerotic planning system. Okay, Britain has a bizarre and utterly infuriating system for planning to build any new stuff. I agree, sight unseen, you've nailed it. Clearly, you understand Britain. Nice. New rule books for the building of national infrastructure, railways, power plants, and roads will be drawn up. Super. Sounds lovely. Applications for high-value private sector projects such as battery factories and laboratories. Is this battery factories or is this battery factories, like a bunch of factories next to each other? Whatever. Will get fast-track treatment. Of course they will. Of course they will. High-value private sector projects. Yeah, that sounds like neoliberalism to me. The party thinks it can streamline applications and cut down. Okay, this is the sentence where it gets really just like. Whoa! Okay. The party thinks it can streamline applications and cut down on litigation by devising off-the-peg processes for planning consultations, environmental mitigations, and forms of compensation for locals affected by development. Okay. I promise I'm not sick. My brain is just going very slow. Let's fucking. Does this make sense to everyone else? Am I the problem here? Okay. Applications for new planning. Cool. Let's just accept that as an unalloyed good. Off the peg processes for planning consultations. Is that a thing that doesn't already exist? Do we not already have like templates for how people should consult on planning? That seems like a really like necessary and normal thing for us to have. Whatever. Environmental mitigations. Sure. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. If you understand what your environmental mitigations are going to be, it's going to be easier to streamline the applications because that's going to be part of the application process is environmental planning. Cool, got it. And compensation for locals affected by development. Yes, okay. Locals often object when you want to, whatever, like bulldoze their fucking house. So it will be helpful if there's compensation. That makes sense. Okay, I think I got it. I think I got it, everyone. Hooray for me. I'm gonna go get my. I think my dinner has arrived. So I'm gonna be 2 seconds. Hey chat, I'm back. I'm back and I got dinner. Whoa. Okay. Chat, it's cold in my house. This is fucked up. What did I get? I got some Chinese food. I got some mixed dim sum. And I got cashew chicken. But I have instant regret and wish I got lemon chicken. And I got some egg fried rice. Thank you again, nice guy from Canada who sent me 20 quid. Speaking of sending me 20 quid, if anyone would like to continue to help me eat, you can do that by going command tip in chat just now and sending me money. And I would appreciate that a lot. Okay, let's get to it. Wait a second. Let's refresh this page here. Oh, hello. The number went up. It was 2484, and now my camera's covering it up. I'm such a dumbass. Fuck's sake, Sophie. Oh. And then that web element is locked. That's so annoying. Put myself further up into the corner. The number went up. It went up by 15 quid. Thank you so much. People, please keep on checking out the GoFundMe for my girlfriend. And also giving me your money. real doll eat doll world here. It's either give your money to me or my girlfriend. Indirect competition. Okay, we're back to it. Streamlining applications, blah, 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 blah. The state will decide, not haggle. The party claims it can fully decarbonise Britain's electricity supply by 2030. The party claims... Sorry. Okay. Whew. Okay. Alright. Okay. That is a big fucking claim. For a party that is also talking about growth being the first priority. Fully decarbonized by 2030. That is nuts. Alright. Doing so will require a vast and rapid expansion of the electricity grid. Around £200 billion of green energy projects are in limbo, says Labour, with some of them offered grid connections in 15 years' time. One problem is a lack of competition in construction. Ms Reeves plans to open the market to tendering, including by a new state-owned builder, and to standardise procurement of cabling and parts. Huh. Jenny Azoth in chat saying, yeah, 0 chance. They're just making shit up now. Legacy Plays Fast says, what is it Sean always says? And wouldn't that be nice? Yeah. The party claims it can fully decarbonise Britain's electricity supply by 2030. And wouldn't that be nice? Okay. The party's ambitions in housing are a bit more modest. It promises to hit the existing government target of 300,000 new houses per year, using current laws to encourage councils to build more and redesignating low-quality land for development. Awesome. That's some of my favorite shit. Whenever politicians are talking about cutting red tape. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna start a timer, and I'm gonna stop the timer when you tell me that one of your plans for cutting red tape is to get land that is frequently flooded or unstable or has like polluted groundwater or something, and just give people planning permission on it anyway. That shit for me. Mwah. That's wow. Just wow. Okay. Cool. I can't wait for an even more broken Britain. This is also often a land where homeless people live, right? Yeah, I mean, that's true, because it's unoccupied land. But, yeah, I mean, being more protective of that land would not be the opposite push that I would like to see. The opposite push is communism. This is something I've already talked about, right? In The World's Not Ending, I talked about how we're building a ton of disgusting new build apartments on land that is frequently flooded. Like, is already frequently flooded. It's literally London's floodplains. But, because of climate change, is going to be more and more frequently flooded, and even reach a point of just being permanently underwater. One sec. Sorry, chat. I'm texting my girlfriends, and you matter less. Cool. We carry on. Okay. The party's ambitions in housing are a bit more modest. 300,000 new houses a year. Current laws to encourage councils to build more and redesignating low-quality land for development. That is a sensible short-term fix, says Anthony Breach of the Centre for Cities, a think tank, but to turn housing from a drag on growth into a driver of it will require legislation and deeper reform. Fascinating words being said by Anthony Breach of the Centre for Cities. Fascinating. Cool. I wait all this time to get food delivered, and then I get it delivered, and I immediately get a bunch of stuff stuck in my teeth. Okay. She almost gave the webcam head pats again in that dismissive hand gesture. I mean, none of you seem to have thought that you can just donate and ask for head pats. I'll do it. Labour's appetite for deregulation has grown as the party's plans for subsidies to stimulate clean energy manufacturing have been pared back. In 2021, Miss Reeves earmarked £28 billion a year in green subsidies. That remains official policy. It's just such a weird fucking state our country's in that you can just say, that remains official policy, of the opposition party, so not official policy. But they will win in 2 years' time, probably. So it will be official policy. All the wonks are going crazy over what the policies of the next Labour government will be, because it's just such a dead cert that they will get in that they don't even have to try in absolutely any regard. Okay. I'm eating a steamed bun now. Right. That remains official policy, but the target date for reaching that level of spending has been postponed to 2027. All mention of the sum was struck from platform speeches in Liverpool. Instead, Labour now emphasises a smaller national wealth fund of £8 billion earmarked for ports and factories and designed to unlock private capital. Okay. This is just I said this was sloppy slop, right? And this is very sloppy slop. What we've got here is just very, very sloppy slop. Unlock private capital? Does anyone in chat want to explain to me how you unlock private capital? Because this is just a nonsense phrase, unless I'm sure there is something that the writer thought they meant when they were saying it, but it just doesn't communicate anything to the reader. Unlock private capital. It's currently locked away in the bank vaults of the greedy capitalist, private wealth hoarding, blah, blah, blah. It will be unlocked because... I guess the idea is to invest in infrastructure that generates more profits to tax. Well, they're not raising taxes, so that's not it. You have to go ask for the Capital One key bank to cure the Fisher Price King. All right. All right, we're gonna go back to it. Like I said, it's just this is why I call it slop, is that there's just shit like this all the time, where they just say, yeah, we're gonna unlock private capital, and it's just like, hey, what does that mean? The supply side agenda provides a new intellectual vehicle for some old Labour priorities. Better childcare and healthcare are recast as supply-side interventions to increase workforce participation, though analysts disagree on how far NHS waiting lists contribute to economic inactivity. Okay, who are the analysts who are saying that NHS waiting lists do not contribute to economic inactivity? Bring them to me. I would just like to talk. I promise I just want to have a quiet word. I promise to be well behaved. But bring me these wonks. Bring me these wonks who think that people being sick and unable to see a doctor does not make them economically unproductive. On labour markets, Ms. Reeves argues that there is a mountain of economic evidence that Labour's policies of banning 0 hours contracts and enhancing sick pay will increase productivity. That's cool, but the plan to ban 0 hours contracts was was a Corbyn promise that Starmer said he wasn't going to do. I mean, this is an article since the Labour conference, so maybe that is something that they are doing again now. I suppose you can have as many U-turns as you want. U-turn if you want to, Kia, but at some point you have to admit you're just doing donuts. Perhaps, but a party born of the trade union movement will want to do it anyway. Again, it's just like it's almost like wrestler kayfabe at this point, right? To be writing an article in this way and to be talking about the Labour Party as if it's a Labour Party, to be talking about it as if it is on the side of Labour and on the side of the unions, is just bizarre at this point, because like they're just so not. Like they're the active enemy of the people and of the unions and of Labour. Thatcher waited years before her reforms turned into tax cuts. Sir Keir also warned of a long slog to transform Britain, but he skirted a harder truth, that his supply-side agenda will not quickly raise wages or transform public services, even if a stable government and deregulation unleash a wave of investment. An uptick in growth will take years to materialise. However much Labour would like to believe, in the magic of the reform fairy, the party will face hard choices in the meantime over whether Britons are willing to pay more in tax in return for better services. Politically, however, supply-side social democracy may be a triumph. Okay. So, we basically talked through, with a complete non-emphasis, by the way, on the plan to nationalize energy, right? A complete noticeable absence of talking about that. What does supply side even mean? Supply side, right, okay. The reason they said at the start of the article they were talking about modern supply side economics or productivism, right? is the starting point here is viewing the country as like somewhat like a factory, right? And knowing what it is the country is making. And then when they're talking about a supply side social democracy, they're talking about giving people stuff, but only from the point of view that it will make them good workers, right? So firstly, an inherently eugenic position if you were actually being serious about that being like what you you care about. But secondly, it just goes to really kind of illustrate how utterly meaningless the term social democracy has become in modern usage. Because, you know, at the time of the classical Marxists, right, there were people who were effectively communists who were calling themselves social democrats. In recent years and decades, even, there have been people who have been social democrats who believe in a halfway state between capitalism and communism. That's a social democracy where everything is provided for, but also capitalism and capitalist trade is allowed, right? And now it's just like we've gone through this article. We've talked about how much we're going to target growth. The main way they're going to target growth is by making it possible to build more stuff. They're going to decarbonize the electricity supply and expand the electricity grid. They might give people healthcare stuff, maybe, right? And then having heard those policies, we're just told, again, at the end of the article, it's supply-side social democracy. Like, it's one thing to see a certain level of treating your like reader like a fucking idiot in, say, the Daily Mail, right? In The Economist, it's just like, wow, this is fucking sinister. Because you're basically just like, you're pulling the same absolutely fucking simplistic tricks. You're just jangling keys, you know, you're using your like dog clicker. Only it's working on someone who has a fucking, you know, degree in political science. Anyway. Politically, however, supply-side social democracy may be a triumph. Who knows? At a conference breakfast, Jonathan Reynolds, the shadow business secretary, mused that the global centre-left appeared more cohesive than the right, which has turned to culture to mask deep economic splits. Right on cue, the head of the Centre for Policy Studies, Thatcher's favourite think tank, said it was a disgrace that the Tories had let Labour steal their clothes. Wow. The Adam Smith Institute, another free markets disciple, called Sakir's speech serious, innovation-focused, and positive. Where there is discord, may he bring harmony. Well, the last sentence of this article in The Economist. Okay, chat. The last sentence of this article in The Economist, that, again, I can't stress enough, really tries to emphasize itself as a scientific and objective publication. Just said of Keir Starmer, where there is discord, may he bring harmony? The Economist, I think, just elevated Sir Keir Starmer to the status of God. So that's normal. That seems normal to me. Seems like things are going well over at The Economist. Splendid. Okay. That's the first Liberal Slop article down. I think I'll play a little bit of Baldur's Gate, and then we'll do the next one. How's everyone doing? You have a good stream? Anything anyone wants to bring to the Liberal Slop session? Anything anyone wants to slop it out? In all seriousness, like, you know, we've been doing the Liberal Slop streams for a little while now, and I do really appreciate participation from the class, and like, I know that people have questions, which is not necessarily always completely formulated. Our God King, the Kid Starver, you know. Oh, cool. Steam is updating. Nice. That's very helpful to my goals of streaming. Where am I trying to go? Baldur's Gate, there it is. Oh Christ, it wants to update the game too. Anything on Gaza, would that be in theme / appropriate? We actually did, I'm sorry that you missed it, NBND, but we did a stream yesterday where we read 3 articles about Gaza. So if you want to check that out, it is on the VOD channel and you can watch it back. It's me and Nat. The link for donating to us and the link for Wenna's fundraiser are both in the description, so you can check them out there. Speaking of Wenna's fundraiser, I think it's time well past due that I post Wenna's fundraiser in the chat again. And I go check on the number to see if you've been good. Oh, the number hasn't gone up again, chat. Chat. The number here and the number on my girlfriend's GoFundMe have not gone up, and I'm not best pleased. Chat. Did you hear about the woman in Doncaster who saw people paragliding and thought it was Hamas attacking? Wow. Wow. That's, wow. I really don't know what else to say to that. Okay. While, Baldur's Gate is doing whatever it's doing, looks like it's updating. Okay. We will go back for a second slop. I haven't read this ahead of time. Someone in chat just gave this to me. They said they want to know what my thoughts are on the Economist's thoughts on their country's economy. We're doing some... We're slopping close to the sun right now because I don't know anything about Argentina. I mean, I don't know nothing about Argentina, but I don't know much about Argentina, and so it's entirely possible that The Economist will tell a lot of lies that will go over my head. All right, Argentina's economy is one of the most baffling in the world. Decades of economic mismanagement have resulted in repeated crises, soaring inflation rates, and a booming black market for dollars. Now, as the country heads into the second round of its presidential election, the future of the economy hangs in the balance. Oh, hang on. Oh, it's a video? Yeah, we can... Fine, we can watch a video. Why went it full screen? That's so weird.
A black market deal is underway. If they're caught, those involved could end up in jail. But it's not drugs or weapons being sold. It's money. Despite the risks, deals like this are commonplace in Argentina's capital. And they are one in a long list of economic woes. Like hyperinflation,
President Menem inherited a country in economic and social disorder.
bank runs, even an ex-president found guilty of defrauding the state.
Lamau.
Has dismissed the trial. It's a witch hunt.
The problem is that, as we normally say, Argentina is a country that never misses an opportunity to miss an opportunity.
Argentines' frustration with the economic dysfunction.
This is one of these classic imperial core perspectives, right? And this is the most useful thought I've had so far, because again, I do not know enough about Argentina to be all that helpful here, but this is one of these classic imperial core perspectives where, you know, for people in the imperial periphery, the idea of a black market where they're trading dollars, the idea of like a trade of dollars, even like the weird presence of dollars everywhere, and therefore the obvious presence of American imperialism in the world. It's such a like an obvious and everyday fact of life. It's just really like straightforward, and everyone fucking understands it because it's because it's kicking around so many countries around the world outside of the imperial core. But from inside the imperial core, right, the idea that there's a black market of dollars, right, people doing illegal dollar trades, people using the dollar as a currency that's, you know, more stable than your local domestic currency or whatever, it's like, that's a shocking idea. How could this be true? Oh my god, I thought that America was just one of the countries of all time. I thought America was just one of the countries. Why are they using our currency to do all this stuff, you know? And it's just like, yeah, because the structures of imperialism are being disguised from you because you are both the beneficiary and also one of the like most integral parts of keeping imperialism running. Like if the working classes of the imperial core revolted against the imperialist bourgeoisie, right, it would be over. It would be over in days.
Saw the rise of a radical presidential hopeful in the 2023 election.
Oh, this is the guy who looks like a 12-year-old in a suit. I remember this guy, but I don't remember anything fucking about him. Hang on a second. Javier Milei. Strange looking dude. Regarding economic matters, he is described as an ultra-liberal, aligns with the Austrian school, contends Argentina is a tax hell. Okay, they just called this guy a fucking... Oh, has been described as far right. Okay, that's kind of radical, man. That's nice. It's cool that they would just describe him as radical and then start playing hopeful music.
In the 2023 election, Javier Milei wants to dollarize the economy, a move he says would blow up the central bank. But the change that Argentina needs...
Cool, so they're just really just glossing right over... They're just glossing right over this guy being... Okay, alright, cool.
...will take more than one man.
The main reason Argentina's economy is so chaotic is because of consistent economic mismanagement over decades.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure that a country in South America, the problem is just mismanagement.
Without big solutions, things could get much worse.
Events of the past few years have been difficult for the world economy.
This is going to be a tough year, tougher than the year we leave behind.
This financial storm hit when Argentina was already in peril. To understand how bad it is for South America's second largest country, take a look at inflation. Countries like Britain have experienced annual price rises on par with the world average, in high single digits. Argentina's inflation hasn't been...
To understand, take a look at inflation, and then she cuts to an impossibly pregnant Sonic the Hedgehog.
...been that low in decades. The rate has been higher than 100% for almost all of 2023.
Right now, only Venezuela and Lebanon have higher rates. And it's really hard to kind of just imagine what that's like. For some people, they just can't make ends meet anymore.
By the way, Milei would be an interesting case study in, you know, you open a Wikipedia page, your eyes focus in and see the words economically he's been described as an ultra-liberal, and you know you're dealing with a fascist.
Inflation this high forces many Argentines to get creative.
Argentines save in dollars because saving in local currency in a local bank has been a recipe for disasters.
Urge to derail the stream and learn about Argentina in awful detail. Rising.
Even this isn't easy.
Right now, Argentines can only legally buy $200 a month at the official exchange rate.
That has created a vast black market for currency. Dealers line the streets of the city center, while people hoard stashes of cash at home. But buying dollars on the black market is more expensive than the official rate.
Who sent me this link? Do you want to tell us all about Argentina at all, chatter? There was a chatter who sent this link in. So if you have a oh, Lorcan Nagel, thank you so much for gifting 1 sub to Cosmic Vero. Really appreciate that. Oh, Prince Infidel just donated £13.12. Nice. Thanks for that. I really appreciate that. Everyone, we're trying to hit £450 by the end of the stream today. So if you wanna help me out with paying for rent and bills and food, and hopefully also like buying myself more warm clothes for the winter, because all my clothes from last winter are like 2 sizes too big. And the other warm clothes I had were boy clothes, and I had to give them away because they made me very sad. Then please use command tip to donate, and if you have already donated to me and have more money, there is my love Wenna's GoFundMe. Let's just check in on it. Still 2499. Chat, I am livid. Come on, elevate this number. I need more. I need I think the most frequent way we've been referring to it is pussy money, because it's towards the gender affirming surgery, and I don't know if that's like a kosher phrase according to Twitch terms of service, so I'm probably not gonna say that. Demanding pussy money from chat. Okay, let's get back to this. The number must go up. Riffcleus is correct. The number must go up. I just want to make my girlfriend happy. Do you understand? Please help. Also, please help me to be able to like have the heating on in my house. Both of these things, please help. Also, if we can hit the donation goal for today, 450, I'm going to entirely switch to just plugging the GoFundMe and not worrying about my own donations at all, because I really do want to help Wenna's. Okay.
Hoy el mercado, tenés un dólar de 760 pesos contra un dólar oficial de 360 pesos. La brecha es enorme.
El Flaco is one of a handful of bosses in Argentina's currency black market. He's agreed to talk to us on condition of anonymity.
Hace 30 años que trabajo en el mercado paralelo.
Okay, Delicate Friend has asked, does anyone know any good books about disabled people's place in revolutionary organizing? I'm disabled. I've been trying to understand what kinds of organizing I can do. Please remind me of this question in a little bit when we're done with Argentina. I would really like to make this the focus in a second and answer this question.
Son 15 operadores, no más de eso.
He claims the black market has tacit approval.
En la bolsa de comercio se negocia absolutamente todo. Y también se negocia en los bancos. Los bancos tienen mesas de dinero. En esa mesa de dinero es donde se forman los precios, que obviamente se trabaja en forma paralela, no es una forma legal de trabajar. Entonces, digamos que es un mercado ilegal, pero pseudo legal, acorde a lo que vos ves diariamente.
Yeah.
With the GDP of $630 billion US, Argentina is one of the largest economies in South America. But this booming black market is a symptom of just how bad things are, and the roots of the problem run deep.
This is an interesting thing he says about it's illegal, but if you look at it on a day-to-day basis, it's clearly pseudo-legal, right? That's an interesting thing because it's very in line with things I've been saying a lot recently. And the language I use is systemic and systematic, right? Systemic has to do with how a system functions, but systematic has to do with the outcomes of a system, right? And the reason I like this syntax or this semantic distinction is that when we look at, say, the police systemically, right? The first thing we're confronted with is how we understand the system and what the system is. Let's change to main camera. Oh, Losicius has tipped £5. Thank you so much, and says congratulations on the 2 lost sizes. Thank you. It's a complicated one. I lost a lot of weight very rapidly early in the year because I had escaped an abusive relationship and I couldn't eat because of mental health problems. But I also am happier with my body, so thanks. Right, systemically and systematically. This I know is going to be one. I'll go look at the VOD later. This will be a rewatched bit on the VOD. Okay. If we look at the police systemically, right, the very first thing we need to do is build ourselves a systemic picture of the police, right? And how do we do that? Well, we need to think first whether we can just ask around. Can the police, for example, tell us what the system of the police is and what it does? Well, not unbiasedly, right? But then neither can the people who suffer the worst consequences from the police existing in the world. Nor can the state, nor can the average citizen, nor can a foreign critic of this nation's police force, or whatever. None of these people can offer this kind of objective look at what the system is. And so we're trying to build a mental model, right? Trying to have the bicycle with all the working parts in our mind, right? And we identify what we call systemic failures all the time. Now, this is where I find this to be the limit and frustration of systemic thinking, as opposed to systematic thinking. And this might really seem very semantic, but I promise the more times we return to this distinction, the more you will see it as a useful one. And if you try applying it in your own thinkings about politics, you will see it too. If we say, for example, there's a systemic failure because the police are systemically corrupt, systemically misogynistic, systemically racist, right? There's a systemic failure on the most basic terms because the police are supposed to solve crimes and the police are not solving crimes, right? Well, then we look at, instead, a systematic analysis of the police, right? Not a system, and this is how the machine with all its parts is supposed to work, only it's failing because it keeps on producing racism, right? We're picturing the bicycle with its wheels turning and the gears and the chain and the handlebars, right? And the brakes. But oh no, the brakes don't work and the bicycle's heading towards racism town. No, right? This is not how this systemic failure works, right? In reality, right, the police, as a system, were brought into existence for the control of the industrializing working class, adapting mechanisms and technologies of control that were being done by the British Army in colonial outposts, right? In India, across Asia, in Africa, right? The British Army were doing certain things to act as overseers. And these same mechanisms of control were then applied to the British public back home. Thank you so much, Robert Peel, right? This is also why, by the way, police are called bobbies and peelers, is because they were made by a guy called Bobby Peel. This, incidentally, is a concept that I like to reference often called Foucault's boomerang, right? Michel Foucault described a process by which imperial technologies of control are thrown as far away as possible, right out to the outreaches where the frontiers of imperialism are happening to subjugate their most wild and barbaric subjects. And then, once those technologies are proven to work, they come spinning back into the center and will be used domestically instead of abroad. And then this is why every 6 months or so I tweet the same tweet and it never gets the numbers it deserves. Me throwing Foucault's boomerang, egad, gadzooks, the sun never sets on the British Empire. Me remembering what a boomerang does. Gosh, golly, darn, this fucks. Systematically, right. If instead of trying to understand a thing that is this object, the system of the police, and how it works, and therefore why it's failing because it's supposed to maintain law and order or solve crime or catch bad guys, right? We can look at the systematic existence of the police. What are the things that the police are doing in the world and have always been doing? And then we can see that the police's presence in the world has only ever been control of the working class through direct violence and intimidation for the benefit of the ruling class. Right? So we've stopped looking for some kind of object called the system, and then understanding what's gone wrong with it and identifying systemic failures. And instead, we're being systematic. What are the outcomes? And therefore, this is what the object truly is. It's just applying Marx's definition of ideology to systems, right? But systemic versus systematic, I find this distinction very useful. And so a guy in the video we were just watching, he said that the dollar black market is illegal, but if you watch its day-to-day operation, it's pseudo-legal. Now, the way I would describe this is that the system of Argentina's economy, right, would claim to not have a black market of dollars, right? Systemically, this isn't in the picture, right? And the presence of it is a systemic failure. But systematically, right, we see that formal and informal economies not only prop each other up, they are too integrally linked, too granularly mixed together to be meaningfully separable at all, right? And therefore, systematically, it's an integral part for there to be this black market dollar economy. Okay, I'm done with my tangent. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer, or I would really appreciate if you donated directly using command tip, because I'm trying to hit £450 by the end of the stream today. We're on 277.46 at the moment, and then additionally, it would be cool if you could check out my girlfriend's GoFundMe, but I will hammer that a lot harder if we hit the goal. Okay, let's go on.
The main reason Argentina's economy is where it is today is historical.
Once one of the richest countries in the world, there are many reasons.
One of my favorite features of Liberal Slop is just like tautological statements, right? The main reason that a thing is how it is now is the past. Yeah, bro, yeah, absolutely.
Behind Argentina's decline, including the legacy of this man, Juan Domingo Perón.
Oh, good.
Elected president in 1946.
He came to power after having been inspired by Mussolini's fascist Italy. Basically, what he took from fascism was a strong state that's very intrusive, and a strong emphasis on nationalism. And he combined that with also having a very strong labor movement.
He introduced the 8-hour workday.
For those who don't know, the Peronism is a sort of ideological, a bit of ideological smoke, because people who've been inspired by Perón have been nationalists and have also been socialists, and so it's really hard to pin down like Peronism as being a particular thing. I kind of wish that the same like understanding had been made of Stalin, right? That Stalinism is a non-starter, is ideological smoke, because like it's there are people who work in the ideological realm, and their theory makes a great contribution to not only economics, politics, but to philosophy. And then there's people who happen to be running a country for a while and read the books by those guys and maybe wrote some of their own writings about some of those thoughts, but I don't really understand them.
Increased wages.
Anyway, this is annoying.
For the poor.
Even for my own like absolute baby brain understanding of Argentinian history, this is already really annoying.
And created vast, expensive welfare schemes. He also embraced economic isolationism.
The emphasis on national sovereignty led to kind of the coddling of workers by protecting them from foreign competition. It has shut itself off from international trade.
Today, Argentine politics is still dominated by his
The material conditions forcing Stalin to recriminalize abortion. Yeah, right.
Legacy. Peronists have been in power for 16 of the past 20 years.
One of the issues with
See, now I'm really glad that I gave you the warning, right? Because Peronists have been in power for, well, yeah, but what does this mean? Like, what are Peronists? Well, if you actually look at these guys, they're very different politically.
Peronism is they haven't evolved with globalization and with the world. Argentina's exports have shrunk as a percentage of global exports year after year. In the mining sector, Argentina has one of the largest reserves of lithium, and also it's very rich in copper. Just to think that Chile is the biggest copper exporter in the world, and Argentina produces zero copper, and we share the same mountains.
As well as remaining isolated from the world economy, the government also still hugely overspends.
Well, I mean, being plugged into the world economy has been so good for other South American countries, so I really can't see why they would have done that.
On things like price subsidies. The average European spends around $40 a month on electricity.
Fucking Lamau, my power bill right now is like £200.
The average Argentine spends $5, 8 times less. In 2022 alone, this cost the government $12.5 billion, around 2% of Argentina's GDP. But government largesse goes beyond welfare. Of the 13 million people in formal employment in Argentina, over a third of them are employed by the state itself.
A lot of spending goes on paying salaries and pensions. You actually wanted to go on things like investments, technology, infrastructure, helping the poor, rather than paying public wages.
All of this points to the main issue in Argentina's economy.
Argentina has been running a fiscal deficit for the last 13 years. If you're in a difficult time for 13 years in a row, well, you have a big problem.
Policies to counteract this deficit, like printing money, only make things worse.
Governments have become dependent on the central bank printing money to basically finance spending. And the more money...
So we're already seeing right now why Milei was played in with this hopeful music.
Called presidential hopeful in the 2023 election.
Despite being a far right freak, right? He's been played in like this because The Economist wants to tell a very specific story about the evils of the strong worker movement and protecting yourself from global free market trade and the potential exciting future that Argentina could have with a far right fucking lunatic ultra liberal in charge.
Javier Milei wants to dollarize the economy, a move he says would blow up the sector.
Governments have become dependent on the central bank printing money to basically finance spending. And the more money you print, the worse inflation gets.
So you tax the rich, that's the solution to that.
Local shopkeeper Marta Valdez feels the direct impact of more money being pumped into the system.
Acá tenemos 1.000, 2.000, 3.000, 4.000 pesos con todo esto. Mirá si me va a entrar esto en la caja registradora, ya no me va.
Putting more money into circulation can mean it's worth less.
Que a la mañana marcamos un precio y quizás que a la tarde marcamos otro precio. Como por ejemplo el precio de los lácteos son de 480, pasamos a 580. En ese periodo nosotros perdimos, porque ya a la tarde es otro precio. Trabajás para nada, porque no ganás nada.
Printing money is only one way the government tries to fund its spending. Another is borrowing.
So Argentina has borrowed a lot of money, but it has also defaulted so many times that people don't want to lend it money anymore.
Despite the risks, there is one institution that continues to lend.
He decidido iniciar conversaciones con el...
Oh God. Okay, are we poised to talk about the incredible largesse of the International Monetary Fund right now? Is that really what's happening? We're going to talk about how despite every other bank turning their back on poor little Argentina, the IMF, fuck you.
Fondo Monetario Internacional.
Today, Argentina's debt to the IMF is more than double that of Egypt, the second highest borrower. All told, Argentina holds almost a third of all of the IMF's total lending.
One of the criticisms that most economists have posed to the IMF is that the conditionality that they put to Argentina was so light. They didn't need to stabilize the economy, they didn't need to do any homework, and they received money. I think that was another missed opportunity for Argentina.
Borrowing and printing money are not unusual tactics for governments. But the extent that Argentina's government does both is extreme and damaging, in part because loans from the IMF need to be
Oh, I was muted. Fuck. I'm back. How long was I muted for? What was I saying? Right. I paused the video because Grimlock Master was typing, and as I say, you know, I'm not Argentinian. I'm not Argentinian. I do not have a good history of Argentina, you know, to hand. Do appreciate the context. So, what's being said here? The IMF went to the previous right-wing government just so it could give all those dollars away to their cronies. Oh. Can you elaborate on that? Like, the right-wing government borrowed dollars from the IMF and then just give them to their buddies, basically. Like, just straight to their friends. Jenny Azoth says, is this that crony capitalism I've heard so much about? Maybe so. Nice. I'm familiar with this tactic from living in Tory Britain.
Repaid in foreign currency. And one tactic Argentina employs to get that foreign currency only complicates things more.
Lainey Shah has tipped £5 and says, for the lemon chicken next time. Thank you, that's very nice of you. I will remember this and I will get the lemon chicken next time and I will be very happy with it.
Trade restrictions. Soybeans are one of the country's biggest exports.
The soybean producer in Argentina, they face an export tax of 33%. If a ton of soybean costs, say, $500, I receive $500 minus 33%.
Leaving the farmer with $335.
I wish I had $335. Chat, if you've been enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer, but I'd most like if you donated directly using Command Tip. Trying to hit 450 today. We're on 282 and 46 pence right now.
They then have to exchange these dollars for pesos on the official exchange rate. When the dollar rate is bad, farmers have to make harsh decisions.
The incentive is to keep your soybeans in your silos and until the exchange rate changes. If everybody does that, the supply of dollars in...
Jenny Azoth said, I can donate later, but I was wage theft for a month. Sorry. Babe, do not worry. If you're in a precarious situation, when I am invoking, like, give me money or fucking anything, you know, like whatever you have spare to help with the GoFundMe or whatever stuff like this, any of this stuff that I'm saying, if you are in a precarious situation, it simply doesn't apply, and you do not have to feel bad, worry, or for that matter, give me or the GoFundMe any money. It's okay. Like, you don't need to apologize for it. I know I just wanted to say it was forthcoming, but not during the stream. Well, that's very sweet of you, and thank you for letting me know that you will give me some money at some point. Thank you so much. NBND says, are they even talking about the special exchange rate they put in place for soy sellers? Don't call them farmers. The actual farmers don't get shit other than cancer from the agrotoxins. Whoa! Okay, I need so much more context here. So let's learn about soy production in Argentina. Jesus Christ. What? you just hit me with some shit right now. So someone just hit me with like the autism master phrase somehow. I don't know. I need to know more about this. Hey Andy, good to see you. Always lovely to have you here. I don't think I've said this out loud to you. Congrats on the thing. Where am I going to find out this information? Or is chat just going to tell me? Argentines in chat, sound off. Fucking... Argentinians in the chat, rise up and tell me all about this soy situation. Let's say soy farmers. Okay, so this is misusing the word farmers. This is you were just saying soy sellers, so I'm going to say this too. They're talking about sellers of soybeans, right? Not. All right, let's read this. Typically, what Walter Malfatto reaps, he sells. For the 59-year-old farmer, well, maybe that is a farmer. Hang on, oh, we'll see. Who toils 700 hectares of farmland in the province of Buenos Aires. That consists mostly of soybeans. Along with wheat and barley. But this year, Malfatto estimates he has stored 60 to 70% of his harvest in silo bags, a method he says is intended to insulate him from an ongoing economic crisis that has eroded the Argentine peso. Okay. They're going to have to devalue the currency soon. The agricultural sector won't be able to sustain it otherwise. As a grain shortage fueled by the war in Ukraine wreaks havoc in some parts of the world, Argentina, a breadbasket nation, is caught in its own standoff. Ooh. President Fernandez has accused the agricultural sector of hoarding $20 billion worth of products as it speculates with a volatile economy and a currency devaluation he says is not coming. They're not going to twist my arm, the president said in a public address last month that took aim at the speculators. Can I just talk for a second about, right, like, sometimes when you watch economics, like an economic power struggle going on, right? It's just a little bit beautiful, right? Like, no matter like the precise sides. I mean, you know, if there's not something absolutely fucking atrocious going on, right? It's just lovely sometimes to see a bunch of people get together and wield collective power, and to just have like the president versus some farmers. Like, then they're not gonna twist my arm. It's not happening. I don't know, bro. They got all your soy, so I'm not sure about that. Inflation is expected to hit 90% this year in Argentina. The country is on its third economy minister in 6 weeks. Lamau. Argentina giving... I keep on saying Argentina. What the fuck is wrong with me? Argentina giving huge... Sorry, everyone. I'm having an interesting brain day. Argentina giving huge Britain vibes right now. Central bank is pulling its levers intended to build up its dwindling US dollar reserves. One key place the government has looked is to the powerful agricultural sector. Yet an attempt to incentivize more soy exports through a new arrangement that increases the amount of money farmers make has not yielded the desired results. The system available until the end of August gives producers more options to convert their earnings to US dollars, as well as a better exchange rate for a portion of the sales. The government says it needs exports to increase so that more US dollars flow into its reserves, in particular so that it can cover the cost of importing natural gas, which has gone up both in both price and consumption during the country's winter months. Right. Okay, cool. Is anyone in chat telling me about soy? Is anyone... Why isn't chat telling me about Argentinian soy right now? Come on. Okay. Meanwhile, earlier this year, the government hiked export taxes on soy oil and flour by 2 percentage points to 33% in a bid to help stabilize domestic prices. By the way, if you're tuning in now, we are so far off of Liberal Slop. We are learning about Argentinian soy production because someone in chat said something absolutely baffling that I needed to know more about right away. Fordrella, thank you so much for tipping £67.54. I really, really appreciate that. We're now at £3.50, so there's only £100 left to go. I want to remind everyone that if you've already donated, you still have some money kicking around that you want to put somewhere, but you're sick of giving it to me, I would really appreciate if you gave it to my beautiful girlfriend Wenna. And is that link gonna work? Yes, that link's gonna work. The number hasn't gone up again. Chat, we need to have words about how the number on my girlfriend's GoFundMe has not increased since I last checked. That's kind of fucked up. IMO. Please follow the link and go donate to help Wenna get gender affirming surgery. And also we're trying to get to 450 today. We're at 350. So there's £100 left to go. I believe we can easily do that. So let's do that. But also give my beautiful girlfriend money as well. Meanwhile, earlier this year, the government hiked export tax. By the way, if you're listening to me now and you're struggling to decide where to put the money, you can split it. I give you permission to split it. If you don't want to split it, you don't want to do 2 payments, right? It's completely fine for you to flip a coin. If you don't want to go to the effort of flipping a coin, give it to my girlfriend instead of me. That's it. Okay? Cool. Just wanted to clear that up because I know there's like 90 people watching. I'm sure there's at least one person in that exact specific situation. Meanwhile, earlier this year, the government hiked export taxes on soy oil and flour by 2 percentage points to 33% in a bid to help stabilize domestic prices. Wheat and corn exports are taxed at a rate of 12%. I have to rent farmland. I rent it at the value of soybeans, said Malfato, president of the Argentine Agrarian Federation for the branch of the city of Brigado. There's got to be... Okay. I don't want to liquidate it because I want to make sure that I have enough to buy the materials that I need and to live as well. Relatable. Oh, hang on. Oh, we're getting the soy dump in chat. Here we go. Let's learn. It's learning time, chat. Jenny Azoth says the rabbit slop hole because we've gone on a horrific tangent from the Liberal Slop stream. The sloppy rabbit hole. Oh no, I'm gonna fucking activate the furries in chat. What you have to understand is a few families own a lot of the land in rural Argentina, so they often are the landowners and have more right-wing interests than, for example, President Fernandez. However, he did add a new minister who is basically running things, Massa, and he is more conservative. Interesting. So they're monopolists. So who are these families? Largest farmland owners in Argentina, Sophie's incredible brain says. Okay. This year in Argentina, 2 brothers build an empire. Outsiders, they bet on future of a global breadbasket. What an incredible headline. You know, sometimes headlines just fucking go off. Moments after taking off from an airport here, Alejandro Elstein peered out at a verdant patchwork of family farms spreading over the Argentine horizon. Wait a second. Is Argentinian not even a word? Have I been acting like an actual brain genius throughout this stream so far? Chat, is it just Argentine? Oh no. Okay, Grimlock Master says I think they're both valid. Okay, thank God. Okay, This given an inch and taking a mile, Sophie immediately starts always saying Argentina. At the beginning of the century, the land is what Argentina was known for, Mr. Elstein told a group of investment fund analysts on an airborne tour of the farms he manages. And in the future, Argentina will once again be known for its agriculture. We are just beginning. When Mr. pronounced Elstein, okay, speaks of we, he is referring not just to Argentina, but also to himself and his older brother Eduardo, whose fortunes are increasingly intertwined with the fortunes of their nation. With the vision of Argentina awakening from 6 decades of economic slumber to become a dominant agribusiness power in the next 15 years, the two brothers are quietly building Latin America's newest real estate empire, before either has reached the age of 40. Through their gamble that Argentina will become the next big breadbasket in an increasingly integrated global economy, though their gamble that Argentina will become the next big breadbasket in an increasingly integrated global economy is only beginning to pay off, they have already emerged from obscurity since Eduardo talked his way into George Soros's office in New York City 8 years ago and came away with a $10 million check. They have become darlings of Wall Street's emerging market gurus and Argentina's free enterprise revolutionaries, intent on smashing the nation's quaint tradition of inefficient, underfinanced family farms and ranches. Oh, god fucking damn. Free enterprise revolutionaries, for fuck's sake. Rice Copeland, thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate that. Subscribe for 3 months in advance. That's so nice. Cool. Well, now I gotta stream lots. What was I? Sorry, one sec. So this is an example of these big investors who own tons of the land. Okay, I understand now. I've learned everything about Argentina. Chat, you can ask me any question about Argentina. I've now downloaded all of the soy knowledge. Let's carry on. 2022 has been a strong harvest year and the war in Ukraine has driven prices up. The sale of soy, Argentina's most important crop, is down, he noted. According to government statistics, Argentina's farmers have sold 21.5 million tons of soybeans compared with 26.7 million at the same time last year. That represents 49% of their estimated harvest and about 9% less than 1 year ago. It really is the lowest number in the last 17 years, but the reality is that this is only for soy. Wheat and corn have been selling very well at accelerated rates and in similar amounts, or even more than last year. All told, Argentina shipped 6% more agro products, including grains, oils, and other sub-products in the first 6 months of this year compared with last year, according to the Rosario Board of Trade. Okay. NBND says Benetton, foreigner, owns over 1.6 million acres. Wow. What's Argentina's biggest pop song? Yeah. It's I'm gonna just go into my Argentine mind palace right now, and I'm gonna pull that answer from inside of my own brain, and I simply tell you right now is what I'm gonna do. Okay, I'm doing a bad job of Googling. NBND says probably something by Miranda. El Don by Miranda, I'd say. Well, now I want to check that. No, I'm just being pulled into a black hole of Argentina all the time now. Okay. NBND says Argentinian music fucking slaps, by the way. Oh. Oh no. Why am I so interested in Argentina? God damn it. I can't. The more people talk about Argentina, the more I want to learn about Argentina, but I was doing a thing, guys. Oh, get Argy pilled. Wow. I mean, I'm getting Argy pilled, aren't I? I'm just that's exactly what's happening. Okay, let's get back to this video. It's nearly over anyway.
The economy is scarce, so the government invented something that we call the soybean dollar.
The soya dollar is a slightly better exchange rate specifically for profits on soya exports. But it's not the only market with confusing rules.
If you want, the government invented something that we call the soybean dollar.
The soybean dollar.
The soya dollar is a slightly better exchange rate specifically for profits on soya exports.
What? What? Oh, guys, your economy. Your economy. I was taking it all just like so much in my stride when it was just like, yeah, we've had 6 different economy ministers. I was like, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I've seen the Tory party. I know. This is you have a separate soy dollar?
But it's not the only market with confusing rules.
If you want to organize a concert in Argentina and bring a British singer, you have to pay the official dollar and then an extra tax. We call it the dollar Coldplay. If you want to travel...
What the fuck?
You have to pay the official dollar and then an extra tax. We call it the dollar Coldplay. If you want to travel abroad, you use your Argentine credit card.
Okay, I guess we actually answered the question about pop music in Argentina.
And you pay the official dollar plus taxes. And we call that the dollar Qatar. This idea of having 10, 15, 20 different prices for the same thing doesn't make any sense. That's a distortion. With the set of distortions, it's impossible that Argentina grows.
Over the years, different presidents have proposed different solutions to the economic conundrum. But the outcome tends to be the same: more debt and more inflation.
That's so strange that they've been trying so many different solutions when they've all been Peronists. You'd think that people of the same ideological tendency would all do the same thing.
Hoy estamos más pobres que antes.
It's really, really hard to fix Argentina's economy. And that's because many of the things that we've talked about are linked. Everybody agrees the government needs to spend less. One way to do that is by reducing subsidies. But if you do that, you're going to push up inflation. Everyone knows the currency needs to be devalued, but if you devalue the currency, that will also push up inflation. So it's really hard because tackling one part of the puzzle means that things could get much worse before they actually get better.
As the 2023 presidential election approaches, it will be difficult to convince a disillusioned population that short-term pain will bring long-term prosperity.
El tema principalmente es hacia dónde va a ir el gobierno de turno.
Yo no creo que vaya a cambiar. Estamos en una situación muy fea.
The real heart of the problem is trust. If Argentina cannot win back the trust of its citizens or the trust of the markets, it's never going to be able to fix its problem. And
if Argentina with a little cocktail sausage just trying to lure the markets closer. Argentina trying to get the markets used to its scent. Fuck off. That's so annoying.
In order to build trust, you need to have good policies for decades, not just for a few years, not just for one government.
Well, there you go. There's the fucking economist. telling us all about Argentina. So how far right is Milei? Let's find out about this dickhead. Javier Milei. Been described as far-right, ultra-conservative, and right-wing libertarian. Cool. Opposition to abortion in cases of rape, rejection of sex education in schools, skepticism, COVID-19 vaccines, support for free possession of firearms by the civilian population, promotion of the far-right cultural Marxism, conspiracy theory, climate change denial. Cool. Seems like a cool guy. Oh, Jesus Christ. Spoken in favor of legal organ trade, seeing as a way to reduce waiting lists for organ transplants. Has no issues with same-sex marriage because he's a libertarian, of course. Of course. I was so sure about this one. On transgender rights, Milei says that he does not care about gender identification, which he compared to identifying as a cougar. Yeah, of course he did. As long as you do not make me pay the bill. Right. Just classic right-wing libertarian shit, basically. Just kind of a dickhead. But like the cultural Marxist conspiracy theory is like rampant and violent anti-Semitism, so maybe not just a dickhead. Why do the right wing keep on making me look at men who look like this? God damn it. It's not what I'm supposed to be doing with my time. Okay, I'm gonna go for a 5-minute break. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna check Moena's GoFundMe. I would really like the number to have gone up when I get back. I'm just gonna say. And then I'm gonna play some Baldur's Gate. Yeah, I'm gonna play some Baldur's Gate, and then we'll get back to more Liberal Slop, or possibly just learning more about Argentina. Okay. See you in 5 minutes. Whoa, the number went up. Holy shit, look at that. Hey everyone. Look, this is I'm gonna boil it down to like a periodic little ad, in order to just to make the stream probably a more bearable format for everyone. Please check out my girlfriend's fundraiser for gender affirming surgery. Mods, if you could repost the link periodically, that would be really appreciated. Or if you could add a Nightbot command, maybe call it Wenna, Wenna. Wenna has been in my life for over half a year and has constantly improved my life that entire time. She's lovely and deserves every joy that the world could possibly afford her. And I just want her to be as happy as she can be. So please help her out if you can. She needs £15,000. The fundraiser's only been up since last week. It's been up 5 days, and she's got £2,500. We're making incredible progress, and I just really like to get as much of it funded as we possibly can. Okay, let's go look at. What did I say we were going to do? I said we were going to do Baldur's Gate, or I would get more autistic about Argentina. Okay. I'm gonna just quickly finish the article about soy farmers, because I am curious about this stuff. Parallel exchange rates. This will be to do with the soy dollar, right? Part of the challenge is that the fact that the country effectively operates on a bi-monetary system with the Argentine peso and the US dollar. Okay, no, so it's not about that. In times of crisis such as these, the local currency depreciates and the price of the US dollar, at which imports and exports are pegged, goes up. There are also several exchange rates. The official one, which is set by the central bank, and a series of parallel ones. Currency controls and a lack of confidence in the economy have widened the gap between the exchange rates. The so-called dollar blue, as the street-level exchange rate is dubbed, is more than twice the rate of the official one. On Monday, the official rate sat at 133 pesos per dollar, and the dollar blue was at 295 pesos per dollar. Jesus. It just doesn't add up, says Hector Criado, who raises merino sheep and Hereford cows in the wind-swept fields of the southern province of Chubut. Chubut is also where the Glencore shit is kicking off, right? Yeah? Like where Glencore is fucking with rare earth mineral mining? Glencore is doing some shit in Argentina, and I'm pretty sure it's there. Anyway, by the way, I saw an ad from Glencore the other day, knowing that Glencore are actively fucking over indigenous communities in South America. Knowing that they're actively fucking over indigenous communities in South America, I saw an ad for Glencore that was just an ad to tell everyone that they are working with indigenous people and things are great, actually. Just like full scale awful PR brain, like just horrible. And like the SEO for fucking Glencore has now completely changed as well. From like a couple weeks ago, you would search just Glencore, you would get tons of articles about what absolute soulless profiteering bastards they were, and now it's just like a bunch of kind of impenetrable data reporting and like puff pieces that they've clearly paid for. Someone asked about organizing while disabled. Yeah, okay, no, let's spend a minute talking about that. That's really important. And then maybe we'll play some Baldur's Gate. Okay. Is that person still here who asked about organizing while disabled? Because I'd love to make sure that you actually get the answer directly if you are still here. So make yourself known, please, and maybe also like retell us the question as you said it, because I think it was to do with the role of disabled people in revolutionary organizing, and I think that's really, really an important question, because like there's the application of like how can a disabled person help in organizing just broadly very nebulous, right? And then there's like, and then there's a more revolutionary approach, right? And the more revolutionary approach is the really interesting one, because like challenging the basic nature of like this is part of why I have I offer some critiques of what we could call workerism, right? Where like the worker is prized as the subject of socialism, because it's a eugenic framework, right? In the same way I was saying just earlier that like productivism, supply side social democracy, as The Economist was desperately trying to convince us some as labor is eugenic, because it's valuing the worker as the most important member of society, because they produce, and it's the production of society that is what matters. And so like we can give the public some good things, right? We can give them some money, maybe we can give them some healthcare as a treat. Maybe we can nationalize energy, but it's all to make them better workers, right? And so it's this sort of like nationalist Fordism almost. And yeah, right. How do we expect disabled people's welfare and rights to fare under a system like this? Well, you know, kind of similarly to, kind of like, this is the common flaw with a revolutionary socialism that does not foreground its like disabled comrades, because if we don't consider like the from each according to their capacity side of from each according to their capacity to each according to their need, people get horribly hung up on like, but some people's needs are greater or more specific, so why should we all have to account for them? And it devolves into reaction, because it's this sort of like horrible scarcity mindset. It is vital for disabled comrades to make themselves as big a pain as possible in revolutionary organizing, to be really fucking annoying. Like, I mean this, and I mean, you know, brackets positive, like, absolutely advocate for yourselves, like, in as much revolutionary organizing as possible to insist that people are making the society of the future like one that people can live in, right? Because like if it's one that's organized entirely around like the average person, no one is the average person, and everyone will have a bad time. But even besides that, right, if you're just talking about like the things that you can do and contribute to, it's really important to know and to have a good understanding that like, we take the word organizing, right? And what does this evoke? Like in everyday life, like what are the things you think of organizing? I've got a very messy desk in front of me right now, right? So, you know, objects, little trinkets, things that fill up your house, tidiness and order and orderliness, right? Is something evoked by this idea of organizing. But maybe the more important thing to look at is a methodology of setting aside time to affect the structures of things, to make sure that they are effectively pointed towards their goals, right? And that broadly is what organizing is. Like when we talk about like group consciousness raising as a part of organizing, that a group of people, a class of people, need to have a consciousness of themselves in order to have a consciousness of their needs in order to advocate for themselves, right? That's because the broader process of organizing is making time to make sure that structures are pointed towards achieving goals effectively, right? So sorry, I just got a little distracted by chat, having a semantic argument. Hey, another donation went on Wenna's fundraiser. Thank you so much to whoever did that. That's really cool. Mods, please periodically repost the link. I shouldn't have been checking that while I was talking. I should have just... Where's my brain? Clearly my brain is on my wonderful girlfriend. Okay. And so when we talk about disabled comrades, right, we're talking about people who often, like, a baseline skill that we share, that people like, that if you're putting into a Twitch chat, or we get this question sometimes sent through to like the Red Planet Twitter or whatever, you're contacting us in some way. Communication of this style means that, like, you could very easily be involved in the most basic nuts and bolts of organizing, which is like scheduling. Like, it's fucking tedious, but like in terms of like making yourself like indispensable to like the most granular part of organizing, like just facilitating communication between people is so much of what organizing is. Calling a meeting, taking minutes at that meeting, following up with people after to make sure that they understood everything, that they know what they have to do next, that they're going to do it, that they have the things they need to do it, that they feel supported. All of these things like are so essential, and all of this still even is like too much of a... I've been increasingly thinking of politics and also organizing with there is a very present masculine feminine divide, right? Something that I've been talking to some comrades recently about is feminizing politics, and a big focus of what we're talking about when we talk about that is like a shift onto a focus, yes, of reproductive labor, care labor, a shift away from implicit patriarchal power or whatever, right? These things are kind of more obvious, but then also like feminizing politics in the sense that we examine the things that have been systematically routed out of human culture by white cis heteropatriarchal colonization, and we prize those things. So for example, right, when we talk about the politics of security, right, I really don't want to end up sounding like Petersonian on this, right, when I'm talking about like a masculine feminine divide in politics and people's approaches to organizing, but like the masculine side, no, we're talking about the politics of security, right? The masculine answers, the patriarchal answers, are some form of what people would colloquially call like the shakedown, right? In some form, there is like intimidation being used, some sort of understanding of where the possibility of physical violence could exist as a deterrent force against bad behavior, right? And by contrast, like a huge part of the culture that was eradicated by the witch hunts, the witch trials, the witch burnings, the genocidal violence against women of the medieval period in Europe that was then exported to the rest of the world, like gossip networks, right? As a crucial part of organizing society, like people just chatting to each other, yes, about, if we take our example just now about like security politics, the example there would be like, yeah, about people's bad behavior, right? Like some dude does something fucking stinky, right? And suddenly he finds that actually like doors are being closed on him. It's because women talk to each other, and this is a kind of feminine power that has been again deliberately routed out. And one systematic goal there is reinforcement of patriarchy, but another systematic goal there is alienation. Like it is to make it so that people cannot rely on community security based on people knowing and understanding each other and valuing relationships and valuing each other as fully equal and present people. Hey, nice society, shame something happened to it. I mean, but that is like that. It just is the constant logic of patriarchy, because patriarchy is just like is just an abuser logic head to toe. Like when you see Western patriarchal chauvinists, sexists, so on, evoke the idea of like the Muslim man as the far more violent sexist, right? This is the shakedown. This is an example of this abusive logic. Like, you're lucky you got me because I'm not that bad. It could be worse. Could be a brown guy. This is the way that their entire logic works. The logic of offering protection. This is again is the reason that shakedowns are also called a protection racket. Patriarchy is a protection racket. Anyway, disabled comrades have a fantastic position from which to advocate against such politics. A fantastic position to advocate against the creeping in of the kinds of people who squander revolutionary potential, right? Because when some loud, stubborn, obnoxious man who leans on these abusive logics and on like the protection racket, who leans on the fucking the threat of violence, right? Or for that matter, harassment by his followers, whatever, like rises up in a revolutionary movement. So much of it is immediately just okay, it's fucked. Like it's absolutely fucked, because like the journey towards some kind of society that actually functions differently, well, it's now being steered by a dude. Like a real bloke's bloke. And like, again, disabled comrades, have a position from which to advocate against exactly this kind of thing, because there's an ethics of care, Okay, let's talk about ethics of care for a second. Philosophical schools of thought have taken various approaches to trying to determine what is ethical, right? For example, deontologists who look for some kind of discernible rules and higher values to the universe that can tell us what the ethical things are to do, and consequentialists who talk about the knock-on effects of actions, right? Things of this manner. And then there's ethics of care kind of steps away from so many of these traditions by just talking about like the people who are in front of you and what care they need and what harm they can be kept away from, right? And that's really all there is, And it's not even a Meatomaton says, unrelated, the most ethical thing you can do right now is give Sophie money. Well, it's your words, not mine, but I guess that is the most ethical thing you could do right now. So if you use command tip, you'll get a link to give me money. An ethics of care is not intended as a calculation, but if you do orient yourself around the most ethical things to do, and therefore the most ethical society we can produce is made through a sort of calculation of or to put it in a kind of medical context, a triaging, right, of like what resources are where and how can we provide them, right? This is an inherently socialist perspective. The Paris Commune, I'm jumping around so much, but I hope you'll see the thread. The Paris Commune came to be, right, in the middle of the Franco-Prussian War, or a Franco-Prussian War, the Franco-Prussian War, and the Republic was fucking ceding absolutely everything, and just generally getting their shit clapped, and the people in Paris saw there were just a lot of fucking wounded and sick and people who did not want to fight in the war kicking around, and blockaded it. Said, what we have, we will give to each other. What we need, we will find in one another, right? And communism is just very literally is named after the Paris Commune, because this method of from each according to their capacity to each according to their need is the formulation that they organically arrived at, and it's an ethics of care, right? And this is why I say ethics of care is inherently revolutionary, it's inherently socialist. And so again, a disabled comrade has an incredible position to advocate from, which means that they can bring something so important to the function of any organizing that is going on, right? And so if you are a disabled comrade who's involved himself by, again, like just, I don't know, helping to schedule when the meetings happen, taking the minutes, following up with people afterwards about who needs to do what, do they feel supported, and so on and so forth, but then also going further into the ethics of care, further into the needs of your comrades, right? These people aren't getting on and it's affecting their ability to engage in solidarity. We need to get to the bottom of that. We need some kind of reconciliation. If we go back to the sort of masculine feminine divide in politics that I'm talking about, and we uphold some kind of idea that like objectivity is good, right? The masculine answer politically within this organized structure will be to favor the people who are in positions of power because they are already in those positions, and it will be politically expedient to make sure that they are not encumbered by the outcome of any kind of reconciliation process. Whereas the feminine answer, right, would be to consider what people's needs and capacities are in reconciling some kind of conflict. And this, again, is the kind of more objective approach in my view. But that's just yet another of the grand ironies of patriarchy. You know, alongside men are constantly and furiously emotional all the time, and women are only called emotional because it is part of the process of punishing women for having emotions. Anyway. Disabled comrades should understand that there is a ton of boring work in the reproductive labor, the caring for people, all the stuff that skews away from what people call adventurism, right? This question that gets generated so frequently, I'm disabled, I don't know what I can do to be involved in organizing, but I really want to help. It's coming from a place, I think, that confuses the organizing and the mobilizing a little. It confuses the organizing with the direct action or the blowing up a pipeline, the, you know, whatever stunning moment of incredible political revolutionary bravery. Because again, the organizing is actually quite dull. And a lot of people whose lives already benefit from various forms of privilege consider themselves above it. And it is a good for revolutionary movements when people who have perspectives like disabled comrades have involve themselves in that kind of labor in organizing that is actually so fundamental to the structures and so fundamental to the ability for any organizing to function, because they bring that perspective into it and therefore they affect the whole structure. Yeah, cool. All right. I think I answered that, hopefully. I didn't actually see in chat if the original question asker was around, but I hope I answered anyway. If you've been enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer, but I would most appreciate if you donated directly using command tip. Trying to hit 450 by the end of the stream. We're on 350 now. We're going to play some Baldur's Gate. Let's go. Am I using the right one? I'm clicking on the clicking on the button that says play. Oh, you can't see that. Okay. That's good. Oh, it's going so well. Okay. Well, I might as well just go back to the close-up and you can just watch me close up clicking furiously. Let's close it and reopen it. It always does this, and I have to independently invent the solution every time, and then I always forget what it is and have to come up with it again next time. Lettuce Atome says, I can peel potatoes. That's exactly what I'm getting at. You know what I mean? Like, it's like everyone... The question about what disabled comrades can do to help arrives from an idea that the majority of the work to be done is being on at the fucking border of the commune, fighting riot cops, right? And the majority of the work, and also both in just like hours that need to be of labor that need to be performed, and also like importance to any movement and any revolutionary organizing, is much more like the peeling potatoes than the fighting the cops. Why isn't it showing up? Why are you doing this to me, Streamlabs? Come on now. Okay. It does understand. In theory. Hooray! That's why I likened it to there being 11 support personnel per soldier on the modern battlefield. That's exactly it. That's 90% of the U.S. Army, right, is doing some form of reproductive labor to produce to reproduce the workforce of the army, which is the soldiers, right? Like, soldiers on the battlefield is a thing that must be reproduced by the sort of tiny microcosm of a society that an army is. It always takes such a long time to load. I'd rather be learning about Argentinian soy. Damn it. Everyone, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using Command Tip. We're trying to hit 450. We're currently on 350. I would really appreciate us getting to 450 before the end of the stream. We're going to play a little bit of Baldur's Gate, and then I'm going to do some more Liberal Slop articles, and then I guess probably we'll play some more Baldur's Gate? I don't know. We'll see. Quick, someone write a modded campaign for Baldur's Gate 3 to teach the player about Argentinian soy. NBND says, I'll definitely be paying in Sophie dollars. When will Argentina have an economy minister brave enough to introduce the Sophie dollar? When? The Sophie dollar can only be used to buy things for the public interest. In other words, it's a communizing currency. Anything that is bought with the Sophie dollar belongs to the people. Pinko coin, hello. There you go. Now you're cooking with gas. Okay, so we had a loading screen, and then I got to click on a menu, and then another loading screen. I love this game. Oh, it's another loading screen. Okay, cool. But I get sound effects, so... Wow. Oh, Christ. Okay, what are we doing here?
One day I'll catch a break. Goblins ahead.
Well, look what the rat dragged in.
But I already did this.
Can it? I know something
Oh, dang
Rexy
it.
will want to hear.
Yeah? What's that?
I've been in some druid's grove. This one sprang me. Now move over so I can tell Regslin myself.
Hold on. Where are the raiders?
Dead. Every last one.
Ragslin's
Okay, so who's
drow
donating in
friend
Sophie
won't be
Coin
happy
then?
to hear that.
She'll be happy enough
I'm hearing a
when I
lot of
tell her
jokes
where
about
them
Pinko
lubis
Coin
is
in
holding.
chat. I'm not
Let
seeing
me
a lot of
through.
Pinko Coins coming
Hold
into my
on now.
PayPal.
Is it true what Saz says? You helped her escape that grove?
Sure, why not? Yes, I don't believe in keeping prisoners.
Then behave while you're inside. Our people don't mind it one bit.
Oh no.
That's enough out of you. Come on. Gotta let the drow know where them looters is. We'll be heroes.
There's definitely some kind of niche power user command for Baldur's Gate 3 where I can just click to follow a player. Follow an NPC rather. And I'm just not... Oh my god, what is happening now? Oh Christ. Last time ended with the headworm operation that was a trap. Oh no! Should I not go to Goblin Town?
The voice is irresistible. You recognize the overwhelming authority that you've used on others, only infinitely stronger, and turned against you.
Oh no.
Your vision clouds, leaving you in a dark, featureless shadowscape. Nothingness.
Someone with a really good
direction.
top voice.
Then there are three figures before you. An armored male elf, exuding power and command. A handsome younger man with a quick, easy smile. And a pale young woman with even paler eyes.
These are my chosen. They speak for me. Aid their search for the prison, and you will be worthy to stand beside them in my presence.
You just gotta get out your D20, you know?
You feel energy pulsing from the artifact, lifting the pain from you, pushing the voice away.
Thank you, Apple Chips, for reposting Wenna's GoFundMe. Everyone check out the link that Apple Chips has just shared in chat. That's my girlfriend's fundraiser. I'd really appreciate you donating to it if you can. Ooh. What's happened? There we are.
Don't give me that look. I don't know what just happened any more than you do. We should keep going.
I don't know what that toy of hers is, but I'm glad it's on our side.
Seems that trinket's important. Keep it close. Done.
Trust me, I will.
That's all.
Let's keep going.
Agreed. I just have no curiosity is the thing. I just actually don't care about the artifact at all. I'm sure it's very important to the main plot of the game.
Sounds like they've captured themselves a
Oh well.
Fill the front with fragulous crown and with scepter abraid. Draw Regslin, short work of the innkeeper made. The inn burnt to ash. The captives were many. Goblin kind had reduced them to cowering filtheny. So raise it, your goblets, and drain them with pride. Draw Regslin, the true soul, had led you collide.
Oh god. All the goblin women are just I'm feeling normal feelings about these goblin women. Give him your rapt attention. Yeah.
You! Move on!
No!
Do as she says. No.
I'll do anything she says.
Now, where was I? Huh?
Wait a tick. That a friend of yours?
Certainly not. What are you doing? I'm busy here.
You lying.
To you? Never. Come, let's continue our ballad. Draw Ragslin, draw Ragslin.
He's a really shit bard.
Draw Ragslin, Tumptuous, draw Ragslin,
You broke him.
Wait. Draw Ragslin, we pay, we...
Come on, pigeon. Back to your cage.
No!
Now, look what you've done.
All I did was watch you sing badly.
Of course,
My name's Grimmer. Idiot.
Right, yes. Not for me.
Oh my god, she hit him. Hey, leave him alone. Hey, Grebo, cut it out. Oh, I can't start a fight in the middle of here. There's a bajillion goblins everywhere.
We have to find Halcyon before it's too late. I doubt these goblins care much for their prison.
Oh wait, so the situation with the... Bro has negative riz. Real.
So much fun.
Oh, there's so much going on. Oh, there's so much happening at once.
Seluna. As if mingling with a horde of goblins wasn't bad enough. Let's do what we have to do, then get out of here.
What's the problem?
Seluna's a bad omen.
Oh.
Just look what's befallen her temple. Though I'll grant it must have been impressive once, in all its profane glory.
Okay.
I wonder what happened.
My question is,
no matter.
Is there a
I'll breathe
romanceable
easier
goblin
once we're
in
clear
this
of
little
this
goblin
place.
town?
We don't have time for this. Besides, I already explained myself.
Okay. Shit.
Is your hearing failing you?
Okay, alright, fine.
Oi. Oi! Ain't no party in here. Shut it, Graw. Olak cleared us. Got a visitor for the drow, I do. My arse. What's a true soul want with any mate of yours? Private business, that is. Raiding business. But if anyone wants a piss pot guarded, we'll call. Just get your friend branded proper. Right, Sazza? Got better things to do than... No, you don't. Come on, then. Bloody racket. Oh, come on now. They're just having a bit of fun. Aye, so much fun that those thieves almost got past.
There isn't a single romanceable goblin? Seriously, there is not a single romanceable... We're out of here. Fuck this.
That'll be some real fun.
Fuck this. Fuck that, actually. Bad game. They failed. They made the game wrong. Sorry, everyone. Sorry to all the probably hundreds of people who worked on this. You should have spent time with your families instead. You simply failed because you didn't add a romanceable goblin. We're gonna explore other shit now. It's fucking Jova. Like, I'm not fucking around here. I'm not going in the goblin town
Goblins
anymore.
are such vile little parasites.
Not the vilest any of us have seen of late, unfortunately.
I don't need the goblin racism. I want to romance those goblins. I don't want to hear your racism against them. We're leaving not because I don't like we're leaving not because I don't like the goblins. We're leaving because I like the goblins too much. I'm just gonna wander into this forest and see what fucking befalls me. Blighted village. Britain moment. Oh. You can't go down, down, down in Goblin Town? Yeah, 1 star. Official Sophie from Mars review. 1 star. You can't go down, down, down in Goblin Town. That's fucked up. Well, seems like going in this direction is going to lead me to a part of the map that I haven't been to before, so let's just go this way. Maybe there's some other kind of naturally mean, horrible but sexy fantasy species over this way. Everyone, please remember if you're enjoying the stream to consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. I'm trying to hit 450 by the end of the stream. We already hit 350. It's really not that unachievable. Not by a long shot. So please do consider donating. I'd really appreciate it. I can't climb down here, can I? No. Can you pet the dog account, but it's can you romance the goblin? Any game that has goblins, especially mean lady goblins, should, it's not a fucking major leap of logic, should be letting you romance the goblin. The goblin women look like that and you can't romance them? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's ridiculous. Who made this game?
You! Not another step, hear me?
Interesting.
Boss! Got company up here! What's this then? Trying to creep around us and loot the crypt?
Yeah, probably.
Not happening.
No!
Or is it the ship you're after?
There's a ship too?
Don't
That's
matter
more.
either way. It's ours. All of it.
Okay. I can't remember any of my stats, but I tried persuasion earlier and it failed. So I'm gonna try the deception.
Well, in that case, come on, you lot. No point in getting killed. Second worm gets the cheese and all.
Second mouse gets the cheese, no?
Nobody's getting any damn cheese. Now move it.
Nice, that was fucking easy.
You're more cunning than you look. I thought we had a fight on our hands.
Why fight them when I can just lie? Well, that's interesting. Hang on. No. I'm trying to go here. How do I aim for that rope? Yeah, there we go. Can I use this, like, magic missile or some shit? No.
My face
Shadow, I have a bow. Someone has a...
This way.
Someone has a bow and arrow here.
Someone there?
Someone apparently does not have a bow and arrow here. Okay. Nice, there we go.
Never a dull moment.
I suppose you've noticed I'm not terribly fond of wolves.
What are you talking
They're
about?
Ravenous predators with fangs like daggers. It's hardly an irrational fear to harbor. You've been decent to me so far. Maybe if you can, don't make me face any more of them. At least, not alone.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll stay away from wolves, I guess.
Thank you.
Thanks for telling me about the wolves
I had a
thing.
feeling you'd be understanding.
Alright, cool. That's all, I guess.
If not over, then through.
That was fun.
See anything?
Oh, we got to fight now. Alright. I'll go there. And then do a... Oh no, I'll go there. And then do a fucking piercing strike. Let's go. Alright. And then slightly run away. Oh, he's running the fuck away. The fuck? Come on now. Be cool, please. Oh, I've lost so much fucking health from that.
On the move.
I might do a... Blessed Flame. That was fun. What class is your character? That's a good question. She's a classy lady. I'm a level 2 sorcerer, thank you for asking. Ah, nice. No, my twink!
Hey, someone's in here.
No, my me!
I need to hold on.
Okay, I think I'm a bit less hurt now. Good for me. Oh, fucking piss. All right. So you saved before this, right? No. Why would I? Why on earth would I save when I have such important things to do as read you all another Liberal Slop article? Let's fucking go. I am like such baby steps with Baldur's Gate right now that like me playing it is gonna be me just fucking around like that until I die and then going back to another article so many times. But first, it's time for another ad. That's right, I'm showing you my girlfriend's GoFundMe again, and I would really like you to donate to it if you can, because I adore her and I want her to be as happy as she possibly can be. And this is a fundraiser for gender affirming surgery for my girlfriend Moana. Please help her out. Thank you. That is all. Right, we've done Britain's Labour Party embraces supply-side social democracy. Let's have a look at how to deal with the global anti-climate backlash. Leofi, what do you mean by Gesundheit? So, the flavor of this article is basically people aren't going to be totally happy with climate reforms that the government are putting in when they affect them materially negatively, right? And that's a very sensible thing to be saying. That's entirely true, and it is an obstacle between the goal of stopping climate change and the reality of implementing policy that will hamper people, will cause serious strife for politicians and the climate movement in general. But unfortunately, capitalism can't stop climate change because capitalism causes climate change. So bigger changes to politics are needed and necessary. And so, because of that, even the position of trying to get liberal politicians to do something about climate change becomes itself ideological. Did I cough? I don't remember coughing or sneezing. Right. If we remember the definition of ideology that we're working from, right? Sie wissen das nicht, aber sie tun es. Or sie wissen, dass es nichts ist, aber sie tun es. That they don't know what they're doing, but they're doing it, or they know that it is nothing and still they're doing it, right? When Liberal Slop is seemingly saying quite a sensible thing, is often when some of the most interesting ideology falls out the bottom of it. So, let's have a look. The shift to electric cars is a transition to hell that will destroy your beautiful way of life, says Donald Trump. He is far from the only politician to oppose greenery. Rishi Sunak, Britain's Prime Minister, has kicked plans to phase out petrol cars years into the future, saying it cannot be right to impose such significant costs on working people. On October 8th, voters in two big German states walloped the parties of the green-tinged ruling coalition. Even Sweden has cut fossil fuel prices several times in the past year. A backlash against climate-friendly policies is underway in rich democracies. Because people want their little treats. Right. Did I turn off this text? Why did I turn off that text? It's back now anyway. It has many causes. Some voters deny that climate change is happening, others accept that it is, but do not want to pay higher taxes or energy prices to tackle it. Many object to the hassle of installing new equipment. Some, especially the old, resist any kind of change. Others ask why they should make sacrifices when other countries, especially ones they dislike, are doing less. Okay. So there's an interesting thing already, right? There's an interesting thing here already. Where we've right out the gate, we failed to conceive of the state as existing to mediate class tensions in favor of the ruling class, right? So of course we have, because we're The Economist. But because of that, between the first paragraph and the second paragraph, we have Donald Trump, Rishi Sunak, German states, the Swedish state. And then in the second paragraph, we talk about voters. But when we talk about voters as, but when we talk about the population as voters, right, the manipulation that they're trying to make here makes more sense. It seems to be a more sensible thing to do, right? To look at the actions of politicians and then blame the attitudes of voters, because of course politicians are just following what the voters want, are they not? Well, this is a frequent problem, right? Did the British public want Brexit, right? Did the British public want more racism, more isolationism, more nationalism. Well, it was on sale. And it certainly became popular. But what the ruling class wanted out of Brexit was to change Britain's trade relationships to the rest of the world, because Britain is a financial instrument of imperialism, right? Britain is a money laundering economy with a barely functional society as a smokescreen. International monetary policy is Britain's political raison d'etre, and its vast array of social ills is just how we keep the wheels of the absolutely farcical display of electoral politics spinning. Brexit was an opportunity to shore up, rather to free up. Brexit was an opportunity to free up the ways in which trade can be conducted, and make the already ultra wealthy even richer through the financial instrument of Britain. And the way to get people to vote for it in the referendum, despite the referendum not being legally binding, was to make it popular with them. And the way that they chose to make it popular with enough of the population to win the referendum was racism, right? So when we have the assumption that the attitudes from voters are reflected in the actions of politicians, you can see very clearly that this is not the case. Politicians manipulate the population all the time. Did Brexit work out for the ultra-rich? Absolutely. The British working class is fucked, and the ultra-rich are getting ultra-richer. Politicians manipulate the population all the time, prefiguring their desires, offering them this, platform or ticket or ballot, as a means to get them moving in the directions that the ruling class want and will benefit from, or some faction of the ruling class. And so between this first paragraph and the second paragraph, we have the assumption that these things being done by politicians must be reflective of anti-climate attitudes in the population. But this is an interesting assumption, right? Anyway, under this cauldron of grievances, populist politicians have heaped lighted coals. Many exaggerate the costs of going green, embellish the details, and seek to turn climate change into a culture war battleground. The metropolitan elite will grab your car and make you eat tofu. Such tactics have proved potent. Although awareness of climate change has increased, a political divide has opened. Voters on the left in Australia, Canada, Germany, and Sweden are 23 to 44 percentage points more likely than those on the right to see it, climate, as a major threat. In America, the gap is a stunning 63 points, according to Pew, a pollster. Such polarization means bigger flip-flops when power changes hands. Imagine France under the wind farm loathing Marine Le Pen. Everywhere, making climate policy less predictable makes it harder for investors to plan for the long term, as they must. What can be done? Can we just take a moment to appreciate that Le Pen is... To call her controlled opposition would be to give a little too much respect to the game being played, because were she controlled, there would be far less danger in the game itself. But Macron wants Le Pen to be his eternal election opposition, because then people can be voting for not the fascist, and he wins a huge amount of the voter base by default, no matter what a shitty little gold-thrown baby man he is. Anyway, but that's an aside. Everywhere, making climate policy less predictable makes it harder for investors to plan for the long term, as they must. Won't somebody think of the investors in the question of climate? Won't somebody please think of the investors? Says The Economist. Fairthingale has tipped £1. Thank you so much. I will take one of my clown coins and convert it to one pinko coin before I pass out tonight. Thank you for pausing the slop for us. You're welcome. Thank you for the tip. Everyone, please remember you can help me to pay for rent and food and bills and other stuff if you use command tip and donate directly. I need money. There's various shit that's like household stuff that I need to that I need money for, like getting a new Hoover, fixing my tumble dryer. Currently we have a tumble dryer, but like currently it's broken, and so one of the rooms in our house is just has been completely out of action because it's had the laundry drying in it instead. Anyway, council tax, paying for prescriptions, saving for tax season coming up, and also all my winter clothes from last year are like 2 sizes too big, and I need to stay warm in the winter and also feel nice. So I would quite like, on top of all those very, very like urgent and necessary things, I would really quite like to buy some new winter clothes that I look good and feel good in. Thank you so much. Command tip. Right. What can be done for the poor investors? What can be done? President Joe Biden's approach has been to throw hundreds of billions of dollars at everything from batteries to smart grids, and to call it a program to create jobs and face down China. Even voters who do not care about greenery like jobs and fear China, goes the calculation, and a future Republican president would shrink from scrapping subsidies that are popular with recipients in red and blue states alike. All true, but this approach has big drawbacks. First, framing green energy as a matter of industrial policy and national security opens the door to protectionism, which raises the cost of green technology by shutting out some of the best suppliers. Second, a subsidy-based approach will be far more expensive than one that makes use of carbon pricing, which encourages the reduction of emissions throughout the economy. The IMF estimates that in a typical rich country, trying to reach net zero using mostly subsidies would raise public debt by an unsustainable 45 to 50% of GDP by 2050. Using a well-designed mix of carbon taxes and other measures would raise debt by a more manageable 10 to 15% of GDP. Mostly subsidies would raise public debt by an unsustainable... It's just like this. These are the parts where you're just like, no, this is all made up fucking gibberish. Sorry, but like... when there's actually very really like a timer counting down to the point where material conditions have gotten so shit for people and they can't afford food that they just rise up and storm Big Tesco, right? This shit about like an unsustainable public debt is just like, I'm sorry, like you can't explain your economics gobbledygook in any way that's going to make me feel like this is more real and valid than the coming climate insurrection. Because like, oh, the surf's just right. Oh, with 172 people. Hey everyone, we're doing. Let me explain. I am Sophie from Mars. If you don't know me. Hey everyone, you've just caught me moisturizing a new tattoo. I'm Sophie from Mars. I make video essays on YouTube. At the moment, I'm working on a new episode of my series Monster Men, which is about monster stories, why we tell them, what they mean, and where they come from. I recently did a very large project, which was like 2.5 hours long, called The World Is Not Ending, and I really recommend you go watch it. Right now, I'm in the middle of doing a Liberal Slop stream, which is where we read articles from publications like The Economist, The New Statesman, The Atlantic, Liberal Slop publications, and we talk about what they're trying to achieve ideologically. I am gonna just go straight to some fundraising for a second, and I don't care if I lose some of these raid viewers from it because it's very important to me. I am trying to hit a goal of 450 the end of this stream. 450. I'm already on 350. This should be very achievable. You can use command tip to help me be able to pay for my prescriptions and being able to keep the heating and the lights on in the house. My house is on an electricity meter, and if money runs out, then the lights just like suddenly go out. It's quite horrible. And there's other household stuff, and then additionally to all that, like I need new winter clothes. I know this sounds trivial to some people, but like I've gone down 2 sizes, and all my old stuff is baggy, and therefore it doesn't actually keep me that warm, and also feels bad to wear. It's sad. Anyway, all of that is why I've got a £1,000 monthly dono goal that I'm trying to hit this month if I possibly can. Please use command tip. You'll be helping me out immensely. That is not the only thing I want to direct your attention to, though. I'm really just going to like hemorrhage viewers through this whole section, but I don't care, because I want to tell you about my love. Right. Morwenna, my darling. My girlfriend, Morwenna, for her birthday, her girlfriend, Amy, who is also my girlfriend, being trans is great, set up this GoFundMe to help Wenna get gender-affirming surgery. She needs £15,000. We've already got to 2,500. Yeah, it's going great. It's only been 5 days and we've already got to 2,500. That's really, really cool. I would really appreciate if people have given money to me, if people have given money to me and have some more money and don't want to also give that to me, or if you would rather, please give your money to Wenna. I want her to be happy. She deserves every happiness in the world and has immensely improved my life by being in it, and has brightened my life for every moment that she has been present in it. So I'll put the link in chat, and you can click through there and support Wenna's fundraiser if you want to. But I would really appreciate it, and I'll check back in a little bit. It was 2484, I think, when we first checked on it on the stream. So we've already gotten, another like 50 quid in. That's really cool. 2484. Yeah, another like 50 quid in. So that's really cool. Please, please, please help her out. I love her to bits, and she makes me very happy, and I just want her to be happy. Right, let's get back to the Liberal Slop, I guess. Okay, we are reading How to Deal with the Global Anti-Climate Backlash in The Economist. So for those who've just joined us, I find the places where these Liberal Slop publications have a seemingly sensible take to be some of the most interesting like bits of ideology come leaking out when they are saying something that seems to be very sensible. So in this case, this article is about how the politicians trying to introduce green policy will need to do things that don't aggravate the people who are directly affected by those green policies. Otherwise, those people will reject the green policies. Now, we'll read through more of the article. I'm trying not to go like sentence by sentence or paragraph by paragraph and critique it that way, because that's not how we do the Liberal Slop stream. I have points that I want to make at the end. One sec, sorry. Okay, we'll just jump back in where we were. The downside of carbon taxes is that voters don't like the sound of them, since they are, as the name implies, taxes. Governments have typically succeeded in putting a price on carbon only by stealth, using emissions trading schemes that few voters understand. Cool. I love just tricking the population. That's nice. Carbon prices now cover almost a quarter of global emissions, but that is not nearly enough. To curb carbon fast enough, well, fucking, yeah, again, it's about production, not about consumption. But anyway, to curb carbon fast enough without generating too much resistance, climate policies should be designed to inflict as little hassle and cost on households as is practical. Yeah, by tackling production, not consumption. Right. To reduce hassle, governments should remember that voters' time is valuable and many green chores are dull. So, for example, instead of placing the burden on householders to install heat pumps, governments could place it on the utilities that hook up homes to the grid. Yep, cool, nearly there. You're nearly there, but also, like, households aren't the place where all the emissions are happening. Fucking factories and construction plants are. You dickheads. Right, okay. Such firms could work their way across the country, installing a big heat pump in each road and connecting all the nearby houses to it, a process a bit like the rollout of broadband over the past 2 decades. To curb costs, governments should create predictable incentives to reduce emissions efficiently, meaning far more use of carbon pricing. Workers in industries that will eventually be shut down, such as coal, should be offered help, including training for new jobs. Judicious regulation can also play a role. If car firms are given a deadline to stop selling new petrol cars, they will strain to bring down the price and extend the range of electric vehicles. If deadlines are realistic, cleaner tech may already be cheaper than the dirty sort before it is compulsory. Plenty of clean technologies are cheaper in the long run, but have stiff upfront costs. Many voters in rich countries will need help with these. So will developing countries where the high cost of capital still makes many green projects unaffordable. Globally, politicians who care about the climate should take the backlash seriously. That means being honest with voters about the inevitable disruption and striving to minimize the pain. Right, so the immediate thing that we need to bear in mind when we start talking about these kinds of articles is, and I'm always saying this, prefiguration, right? When a line is drawn, right, when an interior and exterior is defined, right, suddenly everything is changed, right, a shape is created, okay? And an article does this too. When an article is written and it gives its frameworks to something, right, it formulates our thinking to address a topic in a certain way. And in this case, right, critiquing the advice they are giving to politicians is the style of thinking that they want us to be engaging in. because there are other possibilities to think about here, such as collective power and direct action, which are much more relevant. Hang on a second, sorry. This chat is going a bit... Chat, are you behaving? Satanic Owaldo. Satanic Owaldo seems to be having some beef with people in chat. I have a question I wanted to ask her and other influencers like her. What does influencers like me mean? Oh, leftist influencers. I've been thinking if the left strategy of focusing on how dumb the right is that effective? Instead of creating new things, focusing on what the right does wrong, is that viable? Don't know, isn't it? Okay, I can see there's an ad break right now, so everyone can't actually see me. I'm just gonna put up Gwenna's fundraiser again. Hey everyone, while the ad break's going on, if you're seeing this because you're a jammy little subscriber, why aren't you giving money to my girlfriend right now? No good reason. Come on, do it. And we're back from ads. I can stop doing the ad for the GoFundMe as well. But if you do want to go to the GoFundMe, there's the link. Cool. Satanic Owaldo. Look. There are times when I would feel like this was more of a disruption, more of a derailment, right? But I understand that I understand that you're new into the class here, and I also think this is a fairly valid question, if unrelated to what we were talking about. I don't focus on how dumb the right is. It's not really my focus, and kind of hasn't been for a while. When I talk about the right wing, the point for me in talking about the right wing is anti-fascism. It's to protect people. It's to talk about the tactics and strategy involved in stopping people from being hurt by organized fascists. Just pointing and laughing at people for not believing in climate change or whatever. It's not really my work. In terms of as a strategy among left influencers, yeah, I mean, so left culture is important, and making right-wingers immediately silly in a point and laugh kind of way is no, I was not from the raid. I'm sorry, my mistake. Anyway, making right-wingers appear silly to newcomers, right? It's Waldo, if you put so many messages responding point by point as I'm talking, it's going to make the conversation quite messy. But since you brought up Sean does extensive anti-fascist research, right? Again, like, this is not focusing on how dumb the right is, right? This is talking about the harms of the right wing's work and intentions and organizing. Yes, I completely do agree to your original question that the left influences should be focusing more on how to build a better world, and should be focusing more on getting people advice for organizing and invested in strategies and revolutionary praxis and so on. And the evidence that I think that is that I've been doing that the whole time. That's been very much my work. Even the more seemingly abstract stuff like Liberal Slop stream, where we're chatting about like what they've put in The Economist, I'm still talking to people about what the overall game is here and what people are up to. I've just seen that someone's donated another 15 quid to Wenna's fundraiser. Thank you so much. It's not like it's all towards like understanding how we get from here to communism. It's all towards understanding how we get from here to a world where the planet isn't on fire, where we have a planetary future, where we are all taking care of each other, all of this stuff. Like, it's all that is absolutely the focus of my work. However, I say, and I've said in my big project recently, The World Is Not Ending, we could in a sense consider 6 political fronts that people are currently working on. The one over here, this would be mutual aid, taking care of each other, and this one it's on the other hand because it's equal to all of these, right? Taking care of each other is the formation of a socialist society. Taking care of each other and figuring out the communistic supply chains, right, of labor and care and resources, of your local neighborhood, of the people you are in community with, of your friends and family, and all of this. This is at minimum as much work as all of the other stuff. Then all the other stuff, right? There's the fossil fuel industry, which is killing the planet, and then there's capitalism, which will always find new ways to kill the planet, and then there's answers to the question of justice, right? Since prisons and cops is not working. There's the abolition of borders, and there's anti-fascism, right? And anti-fascism is a lot of things, but so is everything else that I've just described. But anti-fascism is about countering the goals of the right, right? The right wing is a sort of access to the status quo, right? Where they want the status quo but more, right? Be it that they are patriarchal chauvinists, and so they want things to be, as they are patriarchal, but more so, women should be more oppressed, ending the right to abortion or whatever, right? Protecting bodily autonomy comes under anti-fascism until there's enough momentum until there is enough sorry, you're all just okay, so you're all just having your own conversation after asking this question. So I guess I'm just gonna wrap up and say, yeah, it's useful to counter the goals of the right. I wish more people did leftist content the IMO correct way by giving people advice for organizing and talking about revolutionary strategy. That would be better. Okay, we were about to talk about the purpose behind this article, how to deal with the global anti-climate backlash. So there are a few things going on in this article. One really prominent one has to do with the association of politicians and the population, right? An assumption that politicians represent the interests and the desires of the population, and the mechanism by which they do that is that we have a democracy, therefore politicians want to win votes, so they will just do what the voters want. And the article repeatedly calls people voters, not people, right? And it's making it clear that that's the lens through which it's willing to discuss the population. The other time it comes close to talking about the population is it talks about, where is it? Populism, right? It talks about populist politicians have heaped lighted coals, right? Because in the era of far right backlash to neoliberal consensus politics, populist has become this code phrase for far right and fascist, because they won't even entertain the possibility of left wing populism, and when they do, they immediately try and prove that it's actually somehow reactionary and evil, Bernie Sanders or whatever. Because to the neoliberal mind, to the neoliberal wonk mind, the working class is inherently reactionary, dirty, uneducated, etc. So of course, any populist would be appealing to everyone's basest instincts. So again, we live in a democracy, according to The Economist. Politicians want to win votes. People are therefore just voters. Politicians therefore represent the interests of voters. Let's decouple that, right? Let's begin by decoupling that. That's an important place to start, I think. So there have been protests in the Netherlands by farmers, because the Netherlands is Europe's biggest meat exporter, but the Dutch government is trying to wind down emissions from livestock farming. But what of all of these farmers whose income and livelihood depends on livestock farming? Well, they're quite upset because there hasn't been any kind of economic buffer, any kind of, the phrase people keep on using, right, is just transition. That's certainly the phrase I use when I see eggs. They use this phrase, a just transition, to talk about people not losing out in a transition from what they are doing now to whatever will happen because of climate change. And the most just possible transition in this sense is obviously just one to communism, because then everyone actually gets a better situation than they have now. But again, the mainstream political sphere won't entertain this. It has to come from outside the mainstream political sphere. It has to come from outside politics, as it were, right? The sphere of politics has eliminated the possibility of socialism, and only socialism can save the world, and insurrections because of climate change, because of people's material instability are coming. In this sense, the solution to climate change will come from outside politics. Anyway, these farmers in the Netherlands, they're protesting against the Dutch government, who have introduced policies to try to wind down their livelihood, but haven't given them anything else. And that's what their protest is. It's a simple protest of material needs, right? You haven't given us anything here. You're just telling us to basically lose income. That's worth protesting, right? More power to them, even. At the fringes of this protest, of course, there are a minority of these farmers who also are climate deniers, right? And far, far away from these protests, characters like Donald Trump, Geert Wilders, Marine Le Pen have publicly, superficially attach themselves, giving support to the farmers because they're combating lefty, loony climate nonsense, right? So here we see the manufacturing of supposed populist anti-climate backlash, right? And we see how the view from above, which is the one that the Economist takes of society, and the one that it encourages us to take as well, the one that is most sympathetic with politicians and governments and states, right, is looking down on the working class and seeing a bunch of people who are unhappy, and then it sees people who are closer to it, right, closer to this perspective, people like Donald Trump, right? And rather than seeing, oh shit, wow, my perspective is much closer to Donald Trump than it is to the working class. Maybe that's because I'm a liberal shit rag publication who exists to cape for millionaires and billionaires. Instead, it's saying, oh, well, Donald Trump is a populist, and these people are upset, and he says he supports them. Clearly, he is doing a populism and speaking for the unwashed, uneducated, climate-denying masses who, as I can see, are furious about climate policy. This is a construction. Does this make sense, chat? Do you have any questions about this? Satanico Aldo, you said that you were sorry for the disruption that you caused in chat. It does kind of feel like you have just carried on doing this while I'm trying to interact with the chat about stuff that I think is valuable stuff to discuss. So I would like you to stop now. Chat, do you understand what I was talking about? Hey, Nat, how you doing?
Hey, beautiful.
You had a good day?
Yeah. You good?
We just finished reading How to Deal with the Global Anti-Climate Backlash. Oh, it's already nearly 11. I might wrap up soon. Cool. The second thing this article is doing, and I think this is really important. Is as I've been saying, prefiguring, right? A lot of what Liberal Slop publications are trying to do is giving marching orders, discursive marching orders, to liberals who will be reading them, right? It creates a mental framework and it creates talking points for discussion of the way that they will approach this topic in future. So if they see, again, people like these Dutch farmers protesting, right? It has given them the framework to understand those Dutch farmers as having been let down by the government, yes. But it doesn't give them a framework to understand those Dutch farmers as not inherently right-wing. And that's a crucial difference, right? Because in France, peasant farmers who are upset by climate policy, which is inadequate, liberal, and trying to give money to agribusiness, and leftist climate activists are working together. Right, and there is a huge degree to which like their material circumstances affects this and makes it easier for them to recognize their common enemy and unite. But there's also just like a point that the working classes will reach where they see that like pulling on the government from opposite directions is not actually solving the problem of like extreme weather events and climate chaos and crops failing, right? Meta Clarita says, not to be a post-structuralist, but everything about that title is meant to assume that the backlash exists. Nothing about what the article is doing is really the point. The point is to sneak in the assumptions behind the article and make them the popular narrative. Thank you. That's a very good way of describing what I'm getting at here. Absolutely. The backlash is a response to material conditions, and they want us to understand it ideologically, because this again will paralyze us in terms of understanding how the working class could be organized to combat climate change by bypassing the ruling class and building a society that is sustainable and is not killing the planet. showing us more opposition to climate politics is a paralyzing, you could call it a tactic even, but like this would be, I think, attributing too much intentionality and maybe getting a little into motivated reasoning, right? But yeah. Okay. Back to right. Still on theme of the stream, which is the fantasy of growth. There's an article here I have here that's called "Are Free Markets History?" They've got a little Stonehenge made out of shipping containers here, so that's cute. Sometimes in wars and revolutions, fundamental change arrives with a bang. More often, it creeps up on you. That is the way with what we are calling homeland economics, a protectionist, high-subsidy, intervention-heavy ideology administered by an ambitious state. Fragile supply chains, growing threats to national security, the energy transition, and the cost of living crisis have each demanded action by governments, and for good reason. But when you lump them all together, it becomes clear just how systematically the presumption of open markets and limited government has been left in the dust. So, is this article taking an aggrieved, almost like how could they forget about the markets? How could they forget about the markets? We all made our lives about nothing but markets for 40 years. And then shit's getting really fucking hard in a way that's stopping us from just focusing on the markets. Oh no. Oh, Pillbug Hug, thank you so much for the £15. Remember, chat, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. Sophie is doing her job right now, and she likes to be paid for doing her job. You can subscribe or cheer or donate using !tip. Thank you, Pillbug Hug. That was a really lovely donation message. I really appreciate that. Okay, let's carry on. For this newspaper, The Economist is calling itself a newspaper now. This is an alarming trend. We were founded in 1843 to cape for millionaires and billionaires. To campaign for, among other things, free trade and a modest role for government. Yeah, never mind, I repeat myself. Today, these classical liberal values, oh Christ, are not only unpopular, they are increasingly absent from political debate. Less than 8 years ago, President Barack Obama was trying to sign America up to a giant Pacific trade pact. Today, if you argue for free trade in Washington, you will be scoffed at as hopelessly naive. Yeah, maybe everyone realized that libertarian politics snuck into the mainstream under fucking the guise of neoliberalism were not actually viable and were hopelessly naive. Imagine that. Wouldn't that be just wacky as hell? Wouldn't that take a little bit of time to filter through the public consciousness as the failures of neoliberalism blossomed, and then the politicos and wonks would start to scoff at you like you were hopelessly naive. Anyway, in the emerging world, you will be painted as a neo-colonial relic from the era when the West knew best. Our special report this week argues that homeland economics will ultimately prove to be a disappointment. It misdiagnoses what has gone wrong. What's happening? Sorry, wait one sec. Nat, are you okay? Yeah. Oh, I just got a text from you. Oh, I'm lucky. Do you still? I'm £16 under. Did I not send it earlier? No. Oh, so sorry, I thought I did. I've done that thing where I've written it into the thing and then I've not hit confirm, right? I just sent you a thing. My practice setting. It's very badly mixed. Sorry everyone, I'm back. Okay. Our special report this week argues that homeland economics will ultimately prove to be a disappointment. It misdiagnoses what has gone wrong, it overburdens the state with unmeetable responsibilities, and it will botch a period of rapid social and technological change. The good news is that it eventually will bring about its own demise. Cool. Central to the new regime is the idea that protectionism is the way to cope with the buffeting of open markets. China's success convinced working-class Westerners that they had a lot to lose from the free movement of goods across borders. They do. The COVID-19 pandemic left elites thinking that global supply chains had to be de-risked. They do, often by moving production closer to home. That's true. Yes! China's rise under state capitalism, with its disregard for rules-based trade and challenge to American power, was seized on in rich and emerging economies as a justification for intervention. This protectionism goes along with extra government spending. Industry is gobbling up subsidies to boost the energy transition and guarantee the supply of strategic goods. Vast handouts to households during the pandemic have raised expectations of the state as a bulwark against life's misfortunes. The Spanish and Italian governments are even bailing out borrowers who cannot afford the rising cost of mortgages. And inevitably, state handouts go along with extra regulation. Antitrust has become activist. Regulators are eyeing nascent markets, from cloud gaming to artificial intelligence. Because carbon prices are still too low, governments end up micromanaging the energy transition by decree. But what if I really want to throw lots of carbon into the air and ship things all over the world to cheapen production? Yeah, exactly. Oh no, did someone get addicted to global capitalist imperialism? Inevitably, we already did a bit. By decree. The mix of protection spending and regulation comes at a heavy cost. For a start, it is a misdiagnosis. The pooling of risks, it is indeed an essential function of governments, but not all risks. For markets to work, actions must have consequences. In contrast to the accepted view, COVID and the Ukraine war have shown that markets deal with shocks better than planners do. God, they have fucking... I feel like I'm gonna need... Think I'm gonna be needing this one, chat. Think I'm gonna just be needing this one handy. Okay. In contrast to the accepted view, COVID and the Ukraine war have shown that markets deal with shocks better than planners do. Globalized trade coped with huge swings in consumer demand. Throughput at America's ports in 2021 was 11% higher than in 2019. In 2022, Germany's economy repeated the trick, suffering no calamity as it switched rapidly from Russian gas to other sources of energy. By contrast, state-dominated markets like the supply of shells for Ukraine are still struggling. Just like the old complaints about trade with China, which has boosted Americans' real incomes, gripes about globalization's supposed fragility have built a cathedral of fear over a grain of truth. So the supply of shells for Ukraine is an example of a state-dominated market because it's a war. Sorry, is The Economist saying that the free market would do a better job of providing ammunitions for the Ukraine? Another flaw in homeland economics is to overburden the state. Governments are losing all restraint just when they need to curtail welfare spending. Aging populations weigh down budgets with extra bills for pensions and healthcare. Rising interest rates make everything worse. After a bond market crisis in 2022, Britain's right-wing government is raising taxes as a share of GDP by more than in any parliamentary term in the country's history. As yields rise on long-dated bonds, indebted Italy looks wobbly again. America's rising debt service bill will probably match its all-time high before the end of the decade, testimony to the fiscal fragility of the new era. The least visible but potentially most costly flaw is that homeland economics is a blunt instrument in a time of rapid change. The energy and AI transitions are too big for any government to plan. Nobody knows the cheapest way to decarbonize I know the cheapest way to decarbonize, sorry. or the best uses of new technology. Ideas need to be tested and channeled by markets, not governed by checklists from the center. Excessive regulation will inhibit innovation and, by raising costs, make change slower and more painful. Despite its flaws, homeland economics will be tough to restrain. People enjoy spending other people's money. As governments, I do. I fucking do. Hey everyone, command tip. People enjoy spending other people's money. As governments' budgets get bigger, the special interests that feed on them will grow in size and influence. It's true. My special interests have gotten unbelievably unwieldy and unmanageable since I've been spending other people's money. It is harder to withdraw protection and handouts than to grant them, particularly with more elderly voters. SimplyBet has tipped £6 and 1 pence and says, "I love slop. Thank you so much, SimplyBet." Where were we? Particularly with more elderly voters who have less of a stake in economic growth. Younger voters have less of a stake in economic growth because economic growth is killing the fucking planet. Okay. Anyone doe-eyed about the arc of history bending towards progress should remember that a century ago, Argentina was about as rich as Switzerland. I think I hate The Economist. I think I hate The Economist. I think I started off doing Liberal Slop streams and I thought The Economist was quite silly, and I think now I hate The Economist. Okay. Plan for the road ahead. Yet disillusionment will eventually set in. That may be because fiscal extravagance catches up with indebted governments. Perhaps the rent-seekers' greed will become too hard to conceal, or a stagnating repressive China may no longer hold out the promise of state-directed prosperity. When change comes, it can be surprisingly swift, in democracies at least. In the 1970s, the tide turned in favor of free markets almost as fast as it had turned against them today, leading to the election of Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan. The task for classical liberals is to prepare for that moment by defining a new consensus that adapts their ideas to a more dangerous, interconnected, and fractious world. That will not be easy, especially in the face of rivalry between America and China, but it has been done in the past. And think of the prize. Oh, god damn. What an embarrassing article. What an embarrassing article. So, no, economic analysis or discussion of what homeland economics really means, except it's like protectionism. Right? Am I wrong? Protectionist, high-subsidy, intervention-heavy ideology administered by an ambitious state. Right. I mean, it's just generally making us fearful of the big state, right? Too much intervention, not enough free market, boo-hoo. And then it says that they will defeat itself because people like spending other people's money? Was that the... Government budgets get bigger, the special interests that feed on them will grow in size and influence. Right, sure. If you say so. Oofa. It's yeah, what an utterly bizarre article, honestly. I don't actually know what to say about that. That was just a really fucking weird article, everyone. So are free markets history? I mean, yeah. Yeah. Insofar as free markets is a term in our political mainstream that is used to mean global free market trade, in other words, American imperialism. Yes, in that sense, free markets are absolutely history and gonna be completely fucking unviable very soon. In this homeland economics is coming, but it's going to defeat itself, and then global free trade will be there to step in and save us. What a fucking bizarre, honestly like I mean, for one, the only real viable historical perspective on like a story that they're telling there, where we go from global free trade to homeland economics to global free trade again, is one where the locus of the imperial power is shifting, right? It's one where China is ascendant and America is crumbling. Like there's no story they can really reasonably tell where it's like, yeah, everyone just gets kind of protectionist for a while and then they open back up again and everyone still loves America and America is still king of the world. That's just like, then why did that happen, you know? Then why did that happen in the first place? Oh, right, because of climate change, the thing you just didn't mention. Just didn't mention at all in like an analysis of what's going to happen to the world's economies in the next few decades. I don't know, just bizarre. Do you know what I mean? Just... It sure is nice to be American since Jesus came back and solved climate change. God damn. Yeah, I mean, Stone Corbell, that's a valid comment. Like, yeah, increasingly, like, capitalist economists, or to be a capitalist economist just means to deny climate change. You simply must not talk about or deny that climate change is happening altogether in order to function as an economist propping up like capitalist logics and politics, right? Right, I'm gonna wrap up now. It's already been 4 hours of stream. I'm gonna try and stream a bit more before the end of the month. I'm in the middle of doing a bunch of work stuff, but soon I will. Oh no. I've just realized I've ruled off some days on my calendar, forbidding myself from working in an attempt to stop myself from overworking. So, in fact, there won't be more streams this week, except for Red Planet on Sunday. Please come to Red Planet. We're going to be talking about sneaker nets with Maya Crimeu, our very based and cool tech correspondent. For now, I'm going to raid into that Conrad Zimmerman. Speaking of Red Planet, Conrad is a wonderful producer. If you want to give me money still, my links are available. You can find them very easily. Linktree.ee/Sophie from Mars is the uniting one of all of them, but that link is also in my bio on whatever social media I'm on, so just go look there. Thank you all for watching, and I hope you have a good night. If you're watching this on the VOD, just a last reminder that all the links that we've been talking about are in the description of the video. Okay, good night everyone. Bye.